If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 27th of May 2026 and we are going to be doing some analytics today here at Caulfield. Caulfield is in Victoria and we've got 8 races today here. The ground reading is soft. The last finishing mile is about 367 meters. This is a triangle track and they do play a little differently than the normal shape, the capsule shaped tracks. We'll see what we can do here today. We've got about 8 races. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we are looking at are looking good and all good to go, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are substantial changes, we often give it a shout out and highlight them. So we are with the first one, which is 1,000 meter. We'll quickly take a snapshot of the market and see what the market is saying, and then we'll do the analysis. No scratching. 7, 10, 11, and 1. So, all right, so there are a couple of changes that I have done is like last time when we were doing the races, I actually was hiding these channels and we were trying to figure out what was going wrong. So certainly there was certain things that went wrong the other day because of whatever. Let's not get there, but I have opened all the channels today here. I'll quickly refer to what they mean. So we know what the fix is. So the lower fix is better, higher fix is not. So there are certain things that are that need to be talked about. The first thing is we know where these horses are coming from. Okay, so this is where they're coming from. This is the weight that they're chasing. This is the weight where they're coming from. This is the weight what they're chasing. Now, but here is the thing. So when we do the maths, even if it shows that these are not into a drop, there might not be a drop here, but when we do the maths, then it shows there is a drop. Okay, how that drop is happening, where it is happening, we can talk about all that, but there is a drop here. This is the last column here. This one is what the allocation on the jockey. So this is like 1 kilo extra on the jockey, 1 kilo extra on the jockey, half a kilo extra on the jockey, and then it goes down. So how the fix works, we know the fix has to be higher, and then we have to look at the this particular weight, whichever is higher. Okay, now how that works, we can show. We were at Doom the other day where things went wrong, so those were all hiding. So for the first one, like the 11 was the favorite, PC was on 6, and if you look at that, this is the fix. They both had the same fix, but the higher weight won. The 16 did not do anything. Instead, the 14 came third, and then came 4. So that's where the drop is being managed. So the 6 was not a drop, it was 1.5 step up, wherein the 11 was 2.5 step down. The 16 should have been there, but it was not there for some reason. That was the lowest. The 4 got there on the 4th position, but in between, the 14 with the fix got there. Okay, similarly on this one, the 2 actually won. All right, the 2 won, the 3 did not. The 2 actually won. No, sorry, the 12 actually won. The 12 won. Right, now this is where it got tricky. That was 58. Now here to adjust that, we have we've figured out that how much it has been, what is the deficit, will show here. So 0 is good when it is drop, but that is higher. Okay, the 12 actually won. 12, 3, 2, then was 14. Similarly here, the 1 actually won because that was 54, this was 55. The fix was 2.5, this was 1.5, the higher won. They were all 0. So that's the idea. The lower one with the highest fix is tricky. The second is the 1. But here, when it goes to all drops, then we have to look for what happens. Okay, it goes on and on and on. Okay, it goes on and on and on. Like in this one, so that 1 was the favorite, the 1 won. Okay, that was 57, 54.5. That was the highest fix, it won. Here, it got a little tricky because this one was coming from gate number 14. It did not win. This was a 55. This was a 54. This was again drop. The 3 was the favorite, which did not win. The 1 actually won was 54. Okay, the one that actually won was this 8, the 6-year-old gelding. This was the one which actually won. So we need to work with where they're coming from and what is the increment. What is the increment? So like in here, that 7 is the favorite. The 7 is the highest fix. That should not be winning. On top of that, there is a negative leverage on this horse. It's very difficult to win. The one that actually should win is 2. Okay, the one that actually should win is probably 2. Now the tricky part of this is that this should win, but here is the problem, the jock. Okay, so the 2 is in a right fit, but the jock is a weird one. The 8 is absolutely in a disastrous situation, so that probably is in a very bad state. We can look at that negative leverage, but the problem is this is going to be running after a long time. The 8 is going to be running after a long time. Then it is here 10. 10 is the best horse. Okay, that is the highest leverage. That is where it is, and that is the first one through the con. So that's top handicapped. The 10 is basically the first one, which is with the highest leverage and all that. Now, will it win? Technically, 2 has more support. Ideally, 2 should win, but the problem with 2 is the jock. That jock is killer. 7 is a negative leverage with a very high fixed value on all of this. So 7 is not winning. Between these 3 horses, the 8 is in a very bad state. 2 has a very bad jock. 10 is the best horse. Dropping below this one will not work as a second because this is dropping weight here. 1 stays, that is higher. And why I'm saying that 2 ideally should win. So if you look at that, that's 59. That's a drop of 0.5. This is a 60, which is a gain of 0.5. Okay. So ideally, it should be 2, then 1. But that will not probably happen because the 2 is with one of the funniest jocks in this track. So is 3 from a very wide gate. So ideally, it's 10. 10, then probably 1. Seven is difficult to win. We'll see how that works. Jimmy, welcome back, Jimmy. The problem is there are too many horses with negative leverage, and when are they coming from? Where are they coming from? I don't know. I'm not going to get into the first one. I'm going to pass this one. 10 probably is the thing, but I failed to. I mean, it's very, very unlucky about this too, that it had all the opportunity today, but that is a very critical sign. That's a very critical sign. 10 is on the lower side, so 10 probably, yes, this one is like that. Then this becomes 55, and now these all, they get into the fix, okay? They get into the fix. So when they are into fix, they probably are not winning. When they get into the fix, they probably are not winning. They kind of will get there depending on how they are being ridden.
Handy-ish. It's hard to tell. Well, there wasn't really high pressure jump outs. I thought they were okay. They were fine. I'm not sure sort of what was around it, but wasn't one that I was too interested in, and let the market to guide me. And as Jules mentioned, the market probably the same will improve the run.
He's lovely and calm for his first
Gate,
start of the race.
welcome
Anyway,
back,
looks like
Gate.
He's had a good amount of conditioning. He's got a pretty good action on him. He's nice and free here, so I can't knock him for anything that I'm seeing.
Number 2 is Big Finn, another one making its debut. It's had a few jump outs as well. Winker's first time and a lagging bit on first time as well.
Yeah, it went okay in a recent jump out, but I didn't think it'd be good enough to be too competitive here. Market's not that interested either. Got the Winkers on for the debut. Let's have a look at Big Finn.
Looks like he might just tighten up after day two. He's got a good base behind him. Coat's a little bit wintry, which is to be expected with a lot of these horses today, but it's healthy enough. There's probably others that I've got ahead of him, though.
Number 4 is the next we'll be looking at. This is from the Carly Thomas stable. This galloper has had 3 starts. We haven't seen it since December, though, Hutch.
No, we haven't. So, look, there was a degree of potential shown, I suppose, in those first couple of runs prior to pulling up Lane McDonald and giving it a bit of time. And I suppose you'd want a little bit of a push in the market. Not really there, but jump out was a pass mark, nothing more than that. I just preferred others.
Coat's beautiful and healthy. I think he's turned out really quite well in what I don't think is a very strong race here. He's in really healthy condition. It looks like he's forward enough to run well too.
Next galloper we're looking at number 5. That's Tamatoa. This horse has had a couple of runs. Hasn't been far away on debut, and also beaten about 4 lengths at Werribee. Probably needs to step up today.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's improvement to come. I mean, both races are rated similarly, and I think a better level will need to win this race. So there's that. But third run of preparation, improving gelding, just got on a little bit, covered a bit of ground last start, and probably had an excuse.
Consistently pretty busy the whole time that he's been in the yard. He's actually relaxed a little bit more right at the moment. He's definitely got fitness on his side. He's not carrying any excess condition. Having his third run for the preparation, if his ability will allow him to get the job done.
Number 6 is Finnish Girl. She's a 6-year-old. She's looking for her first win at start 30, and she ran almost a career PB last time out on that.
It was easily her best performance. So it was an improved rating from her. Can we trust it? I don't know. Market's saying no. It's 50s, so she's 50s. She's had a few goes, 29 starts, but it was a career best last start. You're right.
I'd love to know the statistics on a horse winning their maiden at start 30 in town. I don't think that would happen all that often. She's a lovely, quiet mare. She's been around the block a number of times now. She knows her job. A bit wintry. I would have thought being this fit too, she'd strip a bit lighter than what she does. So there's others I've got ahead of her.
The one the market likes here is number 7, Goodello, trained by Team Hope. Has looked good on debut, put away after December. Last couple of jump outs have been pretty smart.
Yeah, the jump outs have been good, definitely, and showed a little bit of potential. She did last prep, so she can live up to her track work at Sound. I mean, she folded pretty cheaply at Seymour at her second career start, but maybe she just was a bit too much at that point in her career, so we'll just wait and see how she goes. But I'm respecting the market support. She's certainly shown enough.
Her coat's very, very good here. She's been quite on her toes the whole time that she's been in the yard too. She's messing around with her tongue a lot. I'd love to be able to chuck a tongue tie on her right now if I was the trainer. She is messing around with it, but starting to foam up between the hind legs. There's a couple of these that are getting a bit warm. Just keep an eye on her, but I think she's probably the best presented horse in the yard.
She's also got synthetic hoof filler for the first time today as well. Yes, so good there. Number 8 is Miss Exceptional. Brent McCarthy's got a few runners today, including one that's been well backed in the last. This one will go around at a big price.
Started 200s on debut last prep, did nothing, and no market support here either. I thought the trial was only fair.
Yeah, she's having a little bounce too. She's coming a little bit later than some of these other horses. She's very forward in condition for her first up test.
Number 9, Spirit of Gear, trained by Nicky Burke, who almost got the cash at Werribee last start.
Well, experience. I mean, I wouldn't have thought that Spirit of Guide wait this long to get a win, to be honest, because early days it looked like she'd win pretty quickly, but ultimately 14th career start today. She's placed 4 of 13. Got home pretty well last start. She could certainly figure on her form.
She gets a tick. I think that she's been turned out in really healthy shape. Her coat's excellent for this time.
Rexy, welcome back,
she's
Rexy.
Quite relaxed actually, but she's just breaking out in a decent sort of sweat. Just keep an eye on her. Hopefully she remains calm.
Your tip and best bet of the day, Hutch, is the 10 Tennessee Spirit. This is the former WA girl who's now calling Melbourne home, and she looked pretty good in that jump out at Bendigo.
Yeah, I thought it was a nice piece of work, and she showed enough last preparation, and thought she could probably jump, take up the running here, and prove pretty hard to beat. So I'm hoping that it's been a good move by owners or whoever's purchased her to bring her here, and hopefully they can get a win straight away.
Her attitude's terrible, Hutch. I don't like really what I'm seeing. You do see horses play up like this that sometimes can run well. I haven't seen her before, obviously, but she's broken out in a sweat. She's been a bit of a handful the whole time that she's been in the yard. Now, she's a capitalist filly, and they tend to be quite hot. So without knowing her before, I'm a touch nervous if you were going to take the short odds as to her attitude here.
Well, it's good information. It's good information, so that is for sure. This horse looks a lot more settled.
Does look nice.
For Amelia. I look at
the 2-year-old.
Yeah, the work's been solid. So, how's a 2-year-old look, Amy?
Yeah, she looks really good, and she's been lovely and relaxed. She's a nice mover, got a smart head on her shoulders. She's handled herself really well.
And the other runner we'll go back is number 2, Big Finn on debut.
Yeah, I thought we spoke about Big Finn, but I thought Big...
3, sorry, the 3.
Oh, yeah, premium return, yeah, so having its first start. Oh, the trial was just average, I thought. I think it was much very special, 80 to 1, so market telling you enough there.
Had plenty of time to mature this horse, being 4-year-old, having his first start. He's got a good, strong body on him. Probably just wait to watch him today.
Well, you're keen on this one, Hutch, but Amy's given some pretty good insight from the mounting yard as well.
Absolutely. I mean, and Amy did sort of mention as well that she hasn't seen this filly before. Obviously, it's the first time we're seeing her in Victoria. But anyway, hopefully she can stay settled. I think on what I've seen form-wise, she's the one to beat. Farmelia, we don't know. But
I'm out of this one.
I think Dello was short enough, but market's pretty keen. Then Spirit of Guy might be a little bit big in the market, $11, but happy to be with Tennessee Spirit. Hopefully she can harness some of that energy and prove hard to beat.
Well, I'm with Goodello here. I thought that he presented really nicely. Would love to have seen a tongue tie on him. He's messing around with his tongue quite a lot in the yard, but hopefully that won't impact his performance here. Of the rest, there's a couple that look really good, but a number of these were getting quite hot, which is a little bit of a concern. Your horse, Hutchie, in Tennessee Spirit. I can't steer you into her based on what I saw in regards to her attitude. I'm going to catch up with Toby in a second and I can ask him more. I thought Spirit of Gaia looked good and Farmelia, the first starter, handled herself really quite well. Toby, thanks for your time as always. Tennessee Spirit, are you concerned with her attitude that you saw here on race day, or has she been a bit like that at home too?
Not really. She's first up off a bit of a break, and it's a 1,000-metre maiden, so you can only do so much with them at home to have them fresh enough for today. And yeah, she's chestnut filly, so she's a little bit hot anyway.
They come with a bit of a warning, don't they? Easily identifiable. How has her work been at home?
Good. Her trials have been good. Just a little bit, you know, we might be holding our breath late, I guess. She's a very fast filly. We saw that over in Perth, and we've seen that with her trials here. She's expect her to be in front on the fence, and it's just a matter of how much pressure's in the race, and you know, how well Harry can rate her out in front. And yeah, she's a bit of a momentum filly. I don't necessarily think she has a turn of foot, but yeah, she runs up to her trials, and her form in Perth, she's improved a little bit. She'll give a good sight.
We're racing on soft conditions here. Have you had the opportunity to give her a look on soft ground at home?
Yep, I think she appreciates it. The family does. She's a half sister to a horse we've got at home, Fieldello, and she appreciates it. The mare won on rain affected ground, so yeah, hopefully it's not a concern.
Good luck here.
Thanks.
Yeah, interesting to get those comments from Toby Lake. Sounds like you're going to be in front, Hutch, and hopefully should just be too quick for them. The one that they've really come for late in the market is that 2-year-old who looked good, Familia. There's been good support for it on debut from the Mitch Freedman camp, and it's now taken over as favourite from Goodello and Tennessee Spirit. So
What was nice about Familia's work was that closed off well.
Yeah.
When they hit the line nicely. It's not that sort of speed. So it was good work. And yeah, I think a couple of other newcomers, they'll probably need the outing. But yeah, if you want to follow the money, Familia is the way it's certainly been
So
going.
they're coming from the same
first use of the track.
weight.
Hutchie's going to
This
bounce,
one
probably lead, be on fence. Is that where we might want to be?
is 2 steps
race
up,
one?
making it a 57.
I think they go there and then
That's the jockey, bringing it to 57.5. This one stays
Lightly
55.
raced horses anyway. They probably want to be in that sort of space, especially the horse that's drawn outside of the 2-year-old. Will know that it probably wants to go somewhere near there as well. But it's been hammered. This 2-year-old, this is a big go. We always talk about if you can get your unraced horses.
It's a very unlucky horse that
to at
too.
least
The
hold their
jockey is
price, it's a
absolutely.
great sign. When they're smashed in betting like this and end up becoming pronounced favourites, it's beyond.
Ideally, that two should have
The
won,
thing is,
but
with this race,
with that
Michael,
jock,
the
it's
reason
very
why I was
difficult.
pretty keen on Tennessee was the fact that there wasn't a lot of depth in the race. So if this newcomer's shown a reasonable level of ability, and it did jump out nicely, it's not a massive surprise that they've come for it. If there's that little question mark, just listening to Toby's concern, that final 50, will that final 50 see it out? It's got a lot of speed. Tennessee Spirit, but hopefully it just can flow off, pinch a break, and hopefully hold on by the sound of it.
Well, the 2-year-old's got the WA connection too in the Amelia Park colours as well. Just for those joining us, Jules, who missed before, what was your rating on those jump outs with the 2-year-old that the money's come from?
Oh no, solid. Like really, really good. So I'm not a massive person that jumps into jump outs and trials, but and what tells me that this horse is a good horse is the money coming.
Yeah.
That's great.
All right, good luck for those who are having a play in the first. Matty Hill, call out on the action. Let's say good afternoon to Matty.
Terrific, Michael. Lovely to be with you on this Wednesday afternoon as they move up well for our opener. The first of 8, Spirit of Gaia is in the stalls. Tennessee Spirit is going to be one of the last. Also, one of the McCarthy runners. McCarthy with 2 in the race. Premium return with Jason Masfield to take the outside. Good competitive day of racing here on the Caulfield. Tennessee Spirit goes in. Dello just favourite now on VIP by 10 cents over the 2-year-old.
Rexy, give him 9.
The first of 8. Stand by for a start. Soft things rail out. And away they go. And Tennessee Spirit from the centre jumped away very well. With on the outside, Miss Exceptional. Tennessee Spirit held the front. Tamatoa's driving through to get to second. Pump the pedals to third, and they were followed by the inside big boy Bowie. Goodello's in that group as well. They were followed by Finish Girl midfield outside of Big Finn as they just shuffle up. Further back along the inside, Spirit of Gaia Familia, and two further back at the tail, Premium Return. So Tennessee Spirit couldn't cross Tamatoa, but still shades it by half a neck before the corner. They were followed by Pump the Pedals, who spurred out 3 deep. Finish Girl deeper, Goodello between horses. Then came Big Boy Bowie in limited room. Further back in the field, then behind them, Spirit of Gaia. And then came Familia trying to work through the pack. But Tennessee Spirit, 200 metres to go, guided to the front from Tamatoa. Familia's getting out down the centre of the track. And then Big Boy Bowie. It's Tennessee Spirit with 100 metres to go. Familia is picking it up quickly. The 2-year-old over the top. Well,
11, 10, 1.
Familia from Tennessee Spirit, Big Boy Bowie. Then a photo for 4. Spirit of Gaia snatched up through the line at Goodello. Then Finish Girl. Next to finish Tamatoa, then Premium Return, Big Finn, and Miss Exceptional the last. Familia, number 11, 420.
11, 10, 1.
Very well supported, this 2-year-old filly on debut, the $140,000 yearling purchase. Dean Yendel aboard for Mitch Friedman. Familia gets up. Gave them a start at the top of the straight. Tennessee Spirit just couldn't quite cross to the rails. Tamatoa was the fly in the ointment there. And the filly, Tennessee Spirit, who certainly did get quite warm, foaming up before the start, hit the front and was there to be shot at, and she just couldn't quite see it through. And Familia down the middle has closed late to win. Number 11, Familia first from 10, Tennessee Spirit. Third one, Big Boy Bowie. And fourth, number 9, Spirit of Gaia. They've clocked 59.47. 59.47, and the judge called a halt to our opener today.
9 is fourth.
Short neck, 3/4 of a length. Short neck by 3/4. 11, 10, 1, 9. 11, 10, 1 and 9 to the first race on the program. So they've backed it. They knew what they were doing, and she's closed late to score. Familia as Mitch.
11, 10, 1 and 9. Anyway, that happened. So 11 won. Why? Because 11 and 10, they were coming from the same weight, right? This one was 2 steps up, wherein the 11 was staying on the same weight. There was no challenge for the 11. 1 was 0.5 step up. It was bad. 9 came in 4th. Those were all drop-in classes, okay? Up till here, it was all drop-in classes. Plus, they were all negative leverage. 10 was the best, but it was 2 steps up. 8 was 1 step up, but it was negative leverage. 11 stayed on the same weight. Nothing happened. And 1 was 0.5 step up. We'll go to the next. This is also similar kind. We'll see what we can do here. No scratching. 2645. So like here, they were all negative leverages. Okay, the negative leverages, I mean, these are bad. These are truly bad horses. Okay, these are truly bad horses. Bad horses, as in there's something not right with them. So anything with a negative leverage is bad. Okay, anything with a negative leverage is bad. So that's that part of the story. So here, all of them are with negative leverage. This one is not. This one is not. And 3 is not. Okay. So these are the problems. Now that ideally out here 3 should win, but the problem is again the same thing. The jock, one of the funniest guy on this 3. So that will not work. If we talk about this, so this is a 57, which is with the drop coming to 56.5. So it is dropping here. But this one, like this one was 55 and it became 57 with a 2-step up. Here it is a drop. The 6 is a drop. Okay. From 57, it became 56 here. And then with the jockey and all that, then it became 57.5. So 56 plus jock is 57.5. Okay. So you want to stress lower on the jock, higher on the horse. So this one is the right fit, but this guy is weird. Okay, this guy is weird. This is the right fit, but this guy is weird. And then it is 2. So ideally here 2 probably is the right odd. This with a 56 is very difficult to win. It'll be there. But it is very difficult to win as a 56 with a drop. They're trying to subsidize, they're trying to, build it up with the jock. And the jock is Craig Williams. So that's one way of looking at it. But that's a 56. It has the highest leverage, that's true. But then it is going to be here on a 56. On 2, it is J Mott. So that's the right. What about 4? 4 is the same thing, but it is going to run neutral. But it gets into negative leverage here. Okay. 4 gets into negative leverage. So this one, I don't know how the 3 is going to work. Ideally the 3 should have won, but the 3 probably will not win. 2 is the right. This is lower. 56. 2 should win. 2, 6. We'll see how the 3 and 4 gets placed. The 3 and the 4. That's where this is 0, this is negative. They're all negative. 2. Probably. Let's see how that works.
Yeah, key clean handicap or played over 1,500 metres. We kick it off here, Hutchie, with number 1, Bolshe. Molly Burke takes the ride. 22 starts, yet to win a race.
Yeah, and had like you said, had a lot of goes. In fact, only run a place once, so that's not ideal. $61. Actually, been pretty consistent its last few, but I don't think it's going to be good enough for him.
Number 2, just for kicks.
He can mix his form, can't he? You're right. He can mix his form a little bit, can't he? His last couple have been okay, but before that he was getting beaten pretty decent margins. There's nothing really wrong with the way that he's been turned out. He's had a bit of a sweat out the back, but it shouldn't be impacting his performance.
That's one strike, Hutch. If I get to 3, you get slapped.
He'll do it again.
You know the rules. If you get to 3, I just get to go home.
That's what Hutchie keeps telling me too. Race number 2 here is just for kicks now. Matty's very keen on this, and I can see why last couple of runs.
Yeah, I just think it's a price thing for me. It's short enough. He's ready to win one. He's in good form. No knock for me. He's short enough, but it'll be tough to beat.
He's presented beautifully too with the winkers going on for the first time. His coat's lovely. He's got really good attitude. Still a few horses getting warm in this race too, but he's perfectly composed.
Number 3 is Obon. This is from the Michael Kent stable. The blinkers go on for the first time today. He looks a big scopy type, doesn't he?
He does. He kept sort of grinding away last start, so he doesn't have a massive amount to find in terms of how those performances rated. And he does look over the odds to me at $9. He just looks a little one pace in his race. He's beaten favourite at Kilmore, but that sort of form will go pretty close here.
He's a really good looking horse. He's got a lovely sharp head on him, and typical of McKent's horses, he's been turned out in great shape. His coat's beautiful. He's well and truly fit enough. Blinkers come off today. He's pretty relaxed in the yard.
Number 4 is Royal Maximus. This is from the Waller yard. Blinkers first time, tongue-tied first time. I must admit, I had something on him last start. I was a bit disappointed, so maybe those gear changes will help.
Yeah, I think you were right to be disappointed because there weren't so many excuses. And what I didn't like was like the closing sectionals weren't even good off what was not a great sort of
Free
speed.
for some coffee. That jock is a moron.
There, he was one I was happy to sort of be around.
That jock is absolutely a disaster, bro.
He's pretty switched on with these blinkers on too. Hopefully he doesn't want to overdo it too much with them going on for the first time, because he's just slightly on the tense side here. He's starting to break out in a sweat. At the moment, I'm happy enough, but he's one to watch.
Number 5 is Duntle and Lass. This is from the Johnny Sadler stable. I thought she came up pretty big price here. The last couple have been really good making ground. I wonder, Hutch, if she can settle a little closer from that inside gate, or do you expect her to be back?
No, I think she can. That's why I ended up with her. And look, she brings the same form as Just for Kicks. There wasn't much between them last start, and I think it was the early map that was the key. And this is what I was saying about price, really. I mean, it's Dunton Glass, it's $8, the favourites evens, and there's way too much between them in the market. And ultimately, well, there was about just over a length the last time they clashed, and I think that gap could easily be closed today with a different map.
She's going to wear earmuffs for the whole race for the first time today, and so her attitude's really imperative here. She's beautifully relaxed too, so I'm sure John will be really happy with what he's seeing. She's definitely fit enough, having the benefit of a number of runs this prep.
Number 6 is Goodness. She was supported on debut and ran well, finishing third.
Yeah, a nice performance, natural improvement out of that run as well, Michael. So no doubt that she'll have her fair share of admirers. She could go well.
I like her. I think she's one of the main chances here looking at her in the yard. She's a good, strong type. She's got a good attitude. The horse is only having her second day at the races. She's handling herself particularly well.
Number 7's Jenny Guru. Yet to run a place from 7 stars with Kira Mark.
What's strange about her is that she put up a couple of really good numbers early, and then now she's had 7 starts and sort of got nowhere near it. And you know, she's the one that could surprise in the race, but she definitely has to improve on what we've seen probably from her last 4 or 5 runs.
Having a bit of a bounce consistently here in the mounting yard, but probably well within normal limits. I think that she's been turned out in good fashion. Her fitness is no problem. She looks like a pretty good doing type of filly, but she's been kept up to the mark well.
And number 8 is Show Fair. Tony Noonan trains this mare. We haven't seen her since back into Feb.
Yeah, and ended up competing over a bit of ground, so no, I think it's an easy one to oppose.
She looks like she's got a nice base of fitness there, but there's a bit left in the tank for once she has a few runs under her belt and gets up over a suitable trip.
So Hutchie going for a bit of value to knock off the 5?
Yeah, I just thought it was the wrong price, to be honest. I don't think there should be much between them. And I like that form. I mean, I've got Just Done last comes out of the same race as Just for Kicks, and like I said, there was only a length between them, and I think that can be closed here with a more favourable map. Oban will run well. I think it's a bit big in the market. I threw Brawl Maximus in, and I just maybe the wet track the other day, maybe the heavy conditions, but it's going to be similar today, so that's the problem. But no, happy to be each way with the 5. Dunton Lass.
Well, he's in my numbers, that horse is in my numbers, I should say, Hutchie, but I've gone with Just for Kicks on top. I thought this horse presented just beautifully here. His coat's lovely, well and truly fit enough. Attitude was fantastic. Soft ground, obviously a little bit of a query, but I thought the horse has been turned out fantastic. Of the rest, Dunton Lass, I thought she looked really good here. And I thought, goodness, the horse for the Freedman stable, she's a really nice type. I thought that she presented really quite well too. G'day, Mr. Sadler, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm good. How's your horse, more importantly?
You'd have to ask her, Amy. You really would. She ran very
Now
well
the 2 is
other
getting
day.
tailed.
Sale changed the favourite of this race home and missed the start badly, which she's got a habit of doing. I just don't want to predict anything.
I did ask her, but she's got earmuffs on. She couldn't hear me, you see.
Yeah, well, it's not often that they race, often go to the barriers in them, of course, but not often that they race in them. But it's just something that Damien recommended, so we've gone with him there, and just always thought she may have a bit of a fear about noise. So time will tell whether it works or not.
How would you like things to work out for her today?
I'd just like her to step. If she stepped, I'd be happy. Yeah.
You got one other runner for the day, John, in paper. Manhattan Thunder. How's that horse going to go?
Yeah, well, he's look, he probably comes here today with his last chance. I think he's had some problems. The horse, he has got very good ability, and but he does have a wind problem, and we're just hopeful. We've taken all the gear off, and he worked well the other morning, and we're just going to let him stride along today.
Not filling me with confidence with either of these horses today, Johnny.
No, I wish I could give you a bit of a G-up, Amy, but no, not today.
What about, got any nice young ones coming through your stable?
No, look, yeah, I've got a couple of Tag the Bride and the Troubleshooter. Both horses were placed in town on their first starts. They're probably 4 or 5 weeks away, and the 2 that we're really looking forward to for the spring are Tarview and Marigold.
They've been beauties all year, haven't they?
They really have, and I think, and I don't want to cheer in the run, but I feel that both still climbing the ladder.
Fantastic, something to look forward to. Good luck here, John.
Good on you, Amy.
Chat, good insight there from John Sadler, and that's how we want it. You've got to call it as you said. So Dunton Lass is around about $8 on that 4th line. Sounds like we're going to know our fate very, very soon. If she can jump away, she's got a good chance. If not, she could be in an awkward position. Just for Kicks, the market really loves it. You can see they're into odds on. Unless you activate beast mode with points bet, you can get 208 goodness for Maximus in the market there as well. And look, we are officially on a soft 7 now as well, guys. So we want to see her jump from that inside gate, Hutch. It was good insight from John Sadler.
There was. Let's hope she does everything right. Like I said, I mean, I just felt that, I felt that she, was just too big in the market. taking that 1-4-1 and banking on the fact that she might map a little bit better today. But if she blows the start, it's going to be an issue. But hey, you're getting $8, so I think it's a fair price to find out.
Goodness has been kept pretty safe in the market here, Jules. What did you make of its debut performance there?
Yes, solid enough. The interesting thing is that I just feel like if I go through all the markets for the rest of the card, bigger players are starting to play with outside barriers. Now, no guide really that first race, but it's interesting that those bigger players are starting to shorten up horses that are drawing wider. So just keeping an eye on that. Just for Kicks obviously drawn a wide gate here, heavily supported as Hutch mentioned.
You expected to jump, cross, speed, lead, outside lead, just for Kicks?
Well, it's been handy. Its last two was a bit parked outside later, I think, its last couple. So they're probably looking for a similar spot, I presume. But we'll have to wait and see. I didn't think they'd go that quick in the race. It looked sedate in terms of tempo. But there's also been a downgrade by the look at Gawler, because Johnny Kelton did mention this, didn't he?
It looked atrocious.
And he mentioned that it sort of, I think he was more so done the form for a better condition than what they've actually turned up to be. So anyway, there's just confirmation that Gawler will be 9, so it's been downgraded.
Hopefully that clears. You want to be able to get through that today for all the punters in South Australia.
Do you like anything today, Michael? Have you perused over the form and decided that you're going to play anywhere, or?
I didn't find in the next race. Is it the next race? Yeah.
You're telling a story.
Finian. I thought Finian should have won last start. So
Finian.
I know you're an Am Factor fan.
Yeah.
Well,
It should have won the other
I
day.
think Finian hit the chance.
Yeah.
I know it's got to carry the 60 kilos.
It wasn't a brutal watch last start. I know BZ was pretty keen on it.
Yeah, he went home and kicked the cat, I think.
Took him days to get over it. Took him days.
The other one that's got my eye, and after you mentioned the inside gate, outside gate, is the money that's come from Royal Flair. Is it starting to ease in the last?
Well, we've had a couple of late scratches. Legacy Bay comes out, so it's actually tightened right up just because there's a few that have come out, obviously, with the downgrade. So that becomes a really small field, that one, Royal Flair. Nice horse, that horse, though, by the way.
All right, punters, good luck here. It's been a very good go, this favourite, well into the odds on here. Matt Hill for his second call of the day. Let's take your trackside.
Terrific, Mick, the key clean made. Wasn't expecting Just for Kicks to go into $1.90 on VOP, but that's what we've got. $2.15 into $1.90 Just for Kicks. The second elect Goodness at $5 if they continue to load. Plenty of late scratchings in the last race on the card. We've got a field of 5 in the last today. Late scratchings 3, 9 and 11 due to the track downgrade. Field set to go, race number 2. Ready at the 1,500 metres and away, and Duntolm last Weldon missed at 3 lengths. Just for Kicks away pretty quickly with towards the inside Obon. They complete 200 metres up the hill. Obon led Royal Maximus, and Just for Kicks made a line of 3. Goodness just behind those. They were followed by Jenny Moo Moo Bolshe, 2 for the back as Chauffeur, and Duntolm Lasses at the end of the field. 1,100 to go. Royal Maximus took it up, and Just for Kicks 3/4 of a length off it. 2 for the back is Obon with the set, and 4th is Goodness. So the second favourite's going to track the favourite. 2 lengths Jenny Moo Moo Bolshe, a couple of lengths to the Bolter Chauffeur, and at the tail is Duntolm Lass. They run off the back section with 850 metres to gallop. And the leader Royal Maximus with Just for Kicks inching closer. Goodness is third right there, a length and a half away third. They were followed by Obon as Just for Kicks just tests the leader a little at the 600. Jenny Moo Moo in 5th place. And they're 2 1/4 Bolshe niggled at. Chauffeur under heavy pressure, passed by Duntolm Lass. Coming up to the corner, Royal Maximus and Just for Kicks. They're about to open up before the corner of the 425. Goodness is on their hammer, and they're 2 lengths Obon under the Persuader, and then Jenny Moo Moo. Just for Kicks, the odds-on favourite, went to the front early in the straight at the 250. Goodness is right there, 3/4 of a length away, and then Royal Maximus. The 2 favourites will fight this out. 200 to go. Just for Kicks about a half length in front of Goodness, who's trying hard. Just for Kicks being lifted by Craig Williams. A half length in front of Goodness. Just for Kicks, Goodness eating into the margin. Won't get there. Just for
2-6.
Kicks beat Goodness ahead. A gap Obon third, then Royal Maximus. Further back in 5th place was
2, 6, 3, 4.
Jenny Moo Moo and Chauffeur.
Unnecessarily they were talking about that 5.
You had to grit your teeth and cheer a bit, but Just for Kicks has lifted to beat Goodness.
Boom! Stretch! Jimmy!
The favourite, a real race. Just
2, 6, 3, and 4. So we had a thing. Which one will? This is -1. This is 0. So 3 did beat the -1. 2, 6, 3, 4. So that was the lowest negative leverage. All right. I don't know how they were talking about the 5. That's something that I don't know. I mean, we spoke about these 2 horses, 3 and 4. Which one gets so and what the 2. So the fix is okay, but the weight cannot be lower. The weight has to be higher. Okay, so the 2 was good. I stayed out because that was getting tailed, but it was the right thing. 2, then the 6. But this is easier to read because this is a small field. This will get very messy when we get into a bigger field. 2, 6, 3, and 4. 5. They were talking. The 3 got there, bro. That jockey is absolutely disastrous. Other than that, everything was good. 3 and 11 has been scratched. 1, 10, 7, 8. So basically, the thing is, the 1 is again with a higher fix. It's the same as the 7 here. Okay, so whether you have a negative leverage or you don't, a higher fix is very, very difficult to win. This horse is carrying more than what it is scheduled to carry. Okay, this one is coming from gate number 11, but it's a 1800 meter. I don't know what will happen there. So those are all higher fixes. Okay, up till here, those are all higher fixes. Even these are fixes. So now, out here, the 2 is the fit. The 2 cannot win because it is not doing well. It is losing weight. All right, the 2 cannot win. Plus, that's that. Okay, it will not win. Between 10 and 9, 9 is higher. It gets here with a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 10 on a 57, which is 1 step up, and this is 1.5 step down, both of them. This is a 56, this is a 57, this is a 57.5, that became 58.5, then the jockey. Okay, this is 1 step up. This is not right. This is not the exact figure. All right, through the drop, if we look at through the drop, okay, this drop is getting verified here. Okay, this is showing a drop of 0.5, but it is not. They are showing no drop, but they are. Okay, so that's where the gimmick is. That's where things go wrong. We were reading this and I was hiding this and calculating this over, here, which went wrong with the formula on the other day. And that's where the things went wrong. So that's probably not it. Nine. This is like 0.5 step up. This is 1 step up. This is 0.5 down. But both of these horses are not doing well. 3 is 5 step up. Then these 2 horses are 2 step down. 59, 58. All right. 59, 58. Both are 2 steps down. No jock support. Then here the 6 is a 59. Here the 59 is 0.5 step up. 59, 2 step down. 58.5, 2 step down. 59 stays intact. It is not moving. All right. And this one is 3 step up. This one is 4 step up. 4.5 step up, actually. So when they are like that, they usually mean that they are very good horses. But having said that, the problem is this is not about who is a good horse, which one is a better horse. It is about the competition. I mean, competition doesn't work on which is better. Competition works on who has advantage and who has disadvantage. That's what competition is all about. You can be a better boxer, but if I have better advantage, then I'll win. Or if you have better advantage, then you will win. And that depends on your height, your weight, your everything. So they are good horses. It's not that they are bad horses. They are very good horses. Like here, if you look at this one, the one, okay? It is like 4 step up. So what are they chasing about going 4-step up is, I mean, its previous weight was 56.5. It has gone to 59.5, and that's where the distribution of the weight is. Okay, so the horse has gone 4-step up, and then there was a reduction of 1 kilo from the jock, who looks like that. So that's not happening. Here, if we look at these two horses, okay, these two horses are not doing well. They're through the fix, but they're not doing well. This is 0.5 down. This is 1 step up. But they're like that. Then comes here, which is 5-step up. How will that work? Then comes these two horses, which are 2-step down. That's a 59, which is a 2-step down. That's a 59, 58.5, which is two-step down. This is a 59, which is staying. All right, and that is also the highest advantage also. And then these two are moving up 3 and 4.5 step up. So I don't know whether those things will work. These are drop. This one is 5-step up. I don't believe that. These two are not in a great shape. 10 is a 56. 9 is a check. I'll play a EW on 9, probably. Jimmy, that was great. That actually got to the 3rd position, bro. If they're not talking anything bad. No, you see, Jimmy, the thing is that thing was not in a position to win. Okay, the 3 was not in a position to win because of this guy. He was not in a position to win. But if you look at the horse, when the horse wins, it's about the horse. It's not about him. But he is quite capable of doing the damage. What the damage he could have done, which he didn't, is this, that he could have tried to win and raving that horse like nobody's business and then losing gas at the last moment. He did not do that. He just sat there and did nothing. That is an ideal thing to do. This one was lower, and they were all negative leverage. They were talking about these horses. They were very strong about 5. He was even I got carried away with what he was talking about. He started talking about the 5, which is looking good with the body weight. He was considering the body weight of that horse. It is a big, strong horse. It has a body weight, but along with that body weight comes with a negative leverage. So that was a bad idea. This one with a lower weight cannot win, even if the fix is there. So it will drop down here, but it worked here because it is a smaller field. The moment the field gets bigger, then you will have to really, really look for it. Like here, I'm taking a chance on the 9, thinking the fact that these 2 horses are not in a position to win because they are losing weight. And this one is a 5-step up. And then this one is a 6-year-old gelding, which is 2-step down from 61. This one is a 60. Then it goes down. Okay. Then it is all about fixing, where it is getting fixed and how it is getting fixed. But here, that's a chance, the 9. Pour coffee. Let's see how that works.
Every day.
Number 2 is Patsy Star. Big Cell trains this one. I'm not sure what happened last start. I know he was up in grade, but it was disappointing in fact.
Well, he put in 3 wins consecutively, and then it was disappointing. So if he settled a lot further back, it was dominated by those in the front end. So he maybe deserves the benefit of the doubt. His form prior was very good, so he could bounce back.
He's a fit and happy horse. He can get himself a little bit tense on race days, but he's being really good here. His coat's nice and healthy. It's long, it's winter, of course, but it's particularly healthy.
Number 3's come out with a downgrade of the track, so we move to number 4, Am Factor. And you give this boy a good chance at a good price here, trained by the Cavanaghs. Huh?
He's another one that hasn't won in a while, but gee, I liked his first up run behind Move to Toronto. That race has got a stack of winners out of it. I think it might be 6 or 7 in total. It was a very good run, just peaked late, was beaten only a quarter of a length. So, no, I'm with him. I think he can get it done here, and more than happy to be with him each way.
Gets a tick from the R2 Hutch, so you can rest easy in there. He looks good. His coat's lovely and healthy. He's got a beautiful attitude. Fitness looks like it's where it needs to be. He will tighten up after today as well, but I feel like he's perfectly fit enough to be running over this trip.
Number 5 is Djokovic from the Simon Zara Camp. Was in really good form at the start of the year, stretched out over longer distances, given a little freshen up since.
Yeah, he needs to improve on his recent form. He was probably going better early in the preparation, wasn't he? But no doubt he's better than that, so he can lift, and he'll need to, though. I didn't like him on his recent form.
He looks really similar to how he has done his last couple of starts. To be fair, he's a horse that always presents with pretty good weight coverage over his ribs. He's a real good doing horse. His coat's still nice and healthy. He's moving well, doing all those sort of things.
To give Albanium I Am a chance, stepping back up in distance.
Yeah, the distance rise is a massive plus. I mean, the issue is 1-3 from 39, hasn't won over 700 days, but he probably wasn't going to be much of a chance in those other 2, and I think back up and drip probably looks the right go for him, so it wouldn't be a shock. He can often step slow as well, which doesn't help his cause much.
Horse I don't see too often, but he's been turned out beautifully here. His coat's gorgeous, really healthy. He's probably got one of the best coats in the yard, to be fair. Fitness is where it needs to be, but as you touched on, hasn't won for a long time. You'll have to take on trust.
Number 7, Blue Cowboy, only lightly raced for a progressive staying type from the Michael Kent stable. It was climbing over their heels last start as well. Didn't have much luck inside. Draws out today.
Yeah, it's a big plus, and this is a gelding that's more than capable. He's still got upside. It's only his 12th career start. He can over race a little bit, but I think with that claim and even luck in running, he'll go very well.
He's a really hot horse on race day. This, I gave him a good push last week at Caulfield back here because the start before, he played up quite terribly before the race. He really got himself worked up and ran his race before he went out. He paraded great last week, and for him, what he's doing now, this is really good. I like him on the quick back up. I think the increased workload just keeps his mind in check.
Yeah, it's another galloper that's been racing quite nicely with the Dringo, trained by Simon's Laxon here, and made ground probably on the inferior inside last start.
Well, what reads well as well, it was seriously hot to beat him.
Yeah.
It looks good form. He was a winner at Seymour Price. So, no, I think you'd have to respect his chance. Only won 1 of 10, but he's been very consistent throughout.
He's getting himself quite warm, but I'm not overly concerned because he is quite calm in his mannerisms here. He is starting to foam up between the back legs. Carries a good bit of natural condition too. He's not a horse that I see all too often, but I'm happy enough with what I'm seeing.
Strange Thing Desire is the most likely raced galloper in the event today. And look, he ran 6 of 11 last start at Bendigo. Hutchcock only got beaten 0.8 of a length.
Yeah, it was. There was some merit to it. In terms of how those races are rated. It's only fair, but he might be capable of better or need to if he's going to run here. And it's only his 3rd start, so he can improve.
He's a beautiful looking horse, this. Really, really good looker. Russian Camelot, he was a lovely looking individual himself, and he's definitely stamped this horse. I think he's got a bit of quality about him. I think that he's one of the main chances. He's a touch tense, but I'm not concerned with what he's doing. I think that it's well within normal limits.
He'll be up on speed. Number 10 is Olatundo. He'll probably be getting back because he hit the line really well at Bendigo.
Yeah, behind Easy Done. That was a good run, and the market's liked him pretty much for his last 4. He's been in single-figured odds. He is again today. He's racing well. Martin Zara's a plus. But like you said, he does get back, but expect him to be hitting the line hard.
Turned out well. He's a good, strong type. He's matured a lot since I saw him last time. He's got a great attitude on race day. He's well and truly deep into a preparation, so fitness is no problem, and you can see that physically and on his form as well.
A few chances here, Hutchie. Go with a bit of value again.
Yeah, I just thought the horse was pretty pretty good price, Factor. I think the format of that last race is well. The market wasn't really with Factor there. It's sub $31, carried 61 kilos. So, I mean, I know he effectively goes up a little bit in grade, but the format of that race has worked out so well. And as I mentioned, stack of winners. One of them was Ghetto Superstar.
Yep,
Flemington winner. So it's been decent enough form. I mean, there's no knock with Glenfinnan. It's ready to win a race. Olatunga will run on well. El Petrino, like we said, in terms of the pattern against last start. But each way Factor for me.
And on top, I thought he looked fantastic last week. He looks very similar today, and I thought that he was desperately unlucky. So hopefully he has a better run in transit today, and he can get out when he needs to, because the team have turned him out looking really well off the rest. I like the lightly raced horse in Strange Thing Desire. Beautiful looking horse, really quite taken by him. He'd be my favourite type in the yard here. And Factor looks good, and Blue Cowboy is another one that presents really well.
Amy's with the favourite, and there's been good support, as you can see there now, into around about 310 on a point spread. Olatunga's been kept safe all the way. It's a really open race. Touch this. There's 5 of the market under, or 6 that are under double figure odds here. So punters are struggling to try and really hone in on one. The late money's going for the favourite, though.
Interesting is Albania Iron. That's been the big mover, probably from when I was sort of looking at it. Glenfinnan's always been in the market, but Albania Iron is the one that's sort of really tight.
Yep. All right, let's find out a little bit more about your boy Factor. Levi's with Amy.
Great to see you, Levi. And Factor, he was really good to start off his preparation at Geelong recently. How's he come through that?
Yeah, excellent. He raced well, fresh. 1500 was good for him. He was really getting home strong. Up in trip today, I think it's really going to suit him.
He seems to really appreciate this step up in ground, and obviously up over further. You're happy with the amount of work that he's done coming into it?
Yeah, I've been really happy with the way he's been working. Conditions should suit too. He likes to sting out of the ground, drawn just off the fence too. The way the track's been playing today, I think he should be right in it.
Great to have Brad Barilla on board, who you've got a great association with.
Yeah, Brad does a lot for the stable, for our stable, and jump outs and things like that. And it was great to see him win a Group 1 up in Queensland the other day. Really exciting for him. So, yeah, it's good to have him on board today.
He works so hard, doesn't he? I've touched on a few times over the last couple of weeks. You quite often see him coming into a race meeting covered in garbage bags, sweating, running in between races. He works so hard for the success he gets.
Oh, definitely. I'd hate to buy a car second hand off of him because he does put the heaters on the way to racing to get that last bit of sweat out. But, look, hard worker, and, yeah, you've got to enjoy the sports.
Confidence levels with Factor for today?
Look, I think we'll be close. I hope we can win, but if he doesn't win, it'll be right around the mark.
Good luck, Levi.
Thank you.
We've got Kevin there giving us the insight. Now, Hutch, where's Factor going to be in the run? It looks like the leader here will be Strange Thing Desire. Where's Factor going to look, do you think?
Well, it didn't part too far from over 1500. It's drawn 5. I would have thought probably a pair or two further back. There's reasonable speed. There's a couple that can press on in the race. I don't know. He won't be far off them based on the first stop running. His general pattern, he can be anywhere from sort of 4th to 10th in a normal size field.
You got a strong opinion here, Jules?
No, it's just an interesting one for me. This doesn't guarantee success, but Glenfinnan, heavily supported, quick 7-day backup. We spoke about that on the wet tracks. Olatunga, deep into a prep, well supported. Zara goes on, strong heavyweight rider. And Albanian,
Zara is in a disastrous
best figures, guess what? On a wet track. So you can see the market's gravitating to what
he's been losing in and out, and he's been disastrous all over.
It doesn't say they're going to win, but that you can sort of get some edge against the market if you want to play.
Okay, we've only had 2 races. First winner came from behind, made ground, and last race, the first 2 in-run fought it out, or second and third in-run fought it out. So no real pattern at all that you've been able to see.
I think it's beautiful, isn't it? Like, yeah, we've been speaking about this for a long time, that Caulfield Heath seems to race, to be honest, a little bit more fairly than the outer track.
I agree. I think it does.
And now we've got this small sample size, as you've said, about only 2 races on a wet track, but no knock whatsoever right now.
Right, market is with the favourite.
And have you jumped on your Glenfinnan? Because I know you would.
Yeah, I backed it.
Yeah.
So give it a little bit of strength. The one that I
glad to see you finally step up the market a little bit.
I'm made of cash flow. Yeah. Blue Cowboys, the other one I thought at a price. I thought
you better have something.
Same form line through there.
Again, 7-day backup, right?
Yeah. Now, how many? What's your limit? How many in a race? You'd save on one.
Depends. I mean, no, I can play 3 or 4 if they're all big
to win at
prices.
the percentages.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to win a certain amount, but I mean, probably, you know, just depends on the race, but not more normally more than 2. But yeah, I mean, if you like a few big prices and you've got the mark shorter, well, you've got something on.
If you had a bit of a look at Caulfield on Saturday, field around only.
No, I haven't had a look yet.
Only smallish, isn't it? The Bellisbury Stakes, which is a big field of 14 there, which is interesting. Race that looks like a deep race without going through it.
Is it bustling again?
Yes. Drawn 10 of 14. I mean,
That's ball reward.
ran well.
Like a nice horse last week.
There's made a horse, I reckon, so it gets to 11. Is that going to be a bridge too far? Going to be interesting one for it.
And Bellatrix Stars is an interesting one. Up the top, got to carry the 60. So, and Samangu first up. How's it been jumping out? I have to have a look at that because I know there was a good rap on it as well. A good bad little race. Good little race. Feature race on Saturday as well. Matty Hill's in good form, isn't he?
He's never in bad form.
His best bet getting the chockies in the last, and he'll be calling the footy tomorrow night as well. For doggies, you think contenders this year, Hutch?
Oh no, they've got too many injuries.
Hey?
They've got too many injuries now, but
Too
they
many-
would have been if they had a fit list, they'd be right there. Yeah.
Because of its consistency. Okay.
Hearing that.
Always the optimist here, Mick, but yes, have to agree with Hutch. If we had the full set of troops out on the park, we'd be hard to beat, but probably not this year now, but you never know. You don't win them in May. It's a marathon, it's a long season. Third race here, this is over the 1800 metres in Glenfinnan. Well, 320 into 270 now, so heavily supported, obviously luckless last start. Head of Albanian I am, who is in a 1.5 as well, and then Oliver Tuck down towards the bottom of Blue Cowboy at the $7 mark. And Factor going in. Djokovic joins them. So that leaves Glenfinnan and Blue Cowboy here at this 1800 metre start, which virtually starts on the course proper. But after a few strides, they reach the Heath course. Cowboy Molly Burke taking the 2 kilos off. The field set, ready to run. Third event, Caulfield Heath. Away, pretty good line too. Blue Cowboy towards the outside, fast to leave. Albanian I Am jumped well with Strange Thing Desire there together. Patsy Star settles behind them. Blue Cowboy using plenty of the track is sweeping across here and it's being used up to almost dispute the front. And they were followed by, back in the field, Factor. Il Petrino was with it, and they were followed by Glenfinnan on a Tunda Djokovic. Blue Cowboy at the 1400 metres, pressed on to the front. From in second place, Strange Thing Desire. Albanian I Am is third, the outer of Patsy Star, and Il Petrino is 3 wide for now as they climb. 2 for the back, Factor. Then came Olatum, second last Glenfinnan, last Djokovic. Top of the hill of the 1,000, Blue Cowboy with a good buffer. 2.5 lengths now, striding out. From in second, Strange Thing Desire. Il Petrino a length away third. Patsy Star fourth from Albanian I Am. 2 lengths to Factor. Then came on the inside Olatund. Glenfinnan second last, Djokovic at the back. For the side of the course now, 800 metres to go. Blue Cowboy at an even speed after getting clear by a good margin, about 3 lengths. 2 in second, Strange Thing Desire, Il Petrino. Then Albanian I Am, Patsy Star. Glenfinnan started to move 3 wide. 3 and 4 deep now as Albanian I Am was flushed out. Factor next from Olatund and Djokovic as they come back to Blue Cowboy. Coming up to the turn of the 450, Blue Cowboy joined by Il Petrino. Glenfinnan sliding up to almost dispute it into third. They were followed by Strange Thing Desire under pressure from Albanian I Am. So Il Petrino went for home at the 200, but joined by Glenfinnan, who raced on by under hands and heels. Then Albanian I Am, and that's just about the race. Glenfinnan in front, but Il Petrino won't give in, and Albanian I Am. Glenfinnan at the 50. Il Petrino's coming back. Il Petrino, Glenfinnan ahead, bobbing go, and coming back Il Petrino.
The great.
Glenfinnan with Albanian I Am third. They were followed by Djokovic, Blue Cowboy.
That was the last.
Next to finish in the race, Patsy Star. Then came Olive Tundon. Strange Thing Desire has finished along last.
8165.
Well, it looked as though Glenfinnan was going to absolutely run on by here. But Il Petrino's kicked on the rails and has lifted to score.
Eight 165. The 9 was the last. Eight. That happened. The 9 was the last. We'll go to the next. 5 9 11 scratched. 3 1 12 10. So 3 is the favorite, and I think it is the right favorite. So let's take a look at the top. So that becomes a 55, which is lower. This is a 57, which is lower. This is also the same weight. All of them, okay, 4, 3, and 7, they're the same weight. Difference is this, that this is a 0.5 down, this is staying, this is a 0.5, 1.5 down, and then the next one, which is according to the favorite, is this one. Now, that's where I mean, if it's about favorite, it's about the favorite of the horse, then that's the right order, okay? But will it go to 1? That is debatable, because this one is 0.5 up from 59. It's 0.5 up, and this is 0.5 down. So the competition is between these two horses, the 4 and the 2. The 1 is definitely a good horse. That is there. It is there with a low pressure, but they are also low pressures. This one is also a low pressure. This one is also a low pressure. Okay. That becomes a little tricky, whether it'll get here with 1.5 or it'll go to 4, which is the EW. We know what that it is. Or it'll go to this one because of that. So it comes from 58.5 with 1.5 increment. It becomes 61. Okay. On the horse is 60. On the jock is 1. So the distribution is there. 60 plus 1, 61. And here it is 60. And it is 60 because there is no weight on jock. And then the 10 is a 58, and the jock reduces 0.5 kilograms. So here, the support definitely is on 1, but a greater support is on 4. Okay? A greater support is on 4 because that's a 58. That's a 58.5. This one is also coming from a 58.5. Difference is this is 1.5 step up and this is 0.5 down. So those are confusing areas, but 3 probably is the right order. Oh, let's see. 3 probably. Dows, welcome back, Dows.
boys, Harry Coffey rides. We know he's got good form and he's looked pretty good in recent jump outs.
Yeah, I mean, as Jill said, he's a talented horse. He's good enough. The gelding might be what he needs, but and he's raced well fresh before too. So the conditions, I think, are playing right into him today. But you know, he doesn't have the race fitness, but he's got the quality.
He certainly does have quality with a capital Q looking at him too. Zoostar, one of my favourite stallions, obviously, and he throws such a good looking horse. This horse is beautiful. He's been turned out great as well. Perfect attitude, no signs of freshness.
The two Blazeaways, a winner here on the Heath circuit. Hutchie, what do you make of the Bendigo run?
Just. I thought it was just a run. I mean, it was a race that probably wanted to be a bit closer than further back, but, you know, that's an inferior form line to a number of these, so I'm not surprised that Blazeaway's relatively big in the market.
Presents really quite well. There's no knock on the way that he's been turned out at all. His coat's nice and rich. He's got a good attitude. He's got fitness on his side, a number of runs in. So if you like his form in a tricky race, I can't steer you away.
Number 3 is Golden Magnate, and this is the early favourite. 1 for 1, well backed on debut at Maine. As Jules said, Hutch, that race rated well.
Well, the race rated one, the positive is there was a good gap back to third. Then there's a flip side to the way to look at it, though, because I was just looking through the results on that day. 7 of 8 winners were within a length and a half of the top 3 positions. So there was a real pattern. He really got the pattern on his side, but he still ran the time. So I think it's tempered somewhat by the bias that day, but he's clearly a very nice horse going forward.
Another son of Magnus in the Griffith stable. He's got such a great affinity with this breed. This is a good type of horse too. He just looks like he's built for speed. He's having a bit of a bounce here. It's well within normal limits.
Number 4 is Radical Dude from the Freedman Yard. Nice win on debut. It comes through that same Bendigo race that we were discussing before.
It does, yeah, and yeah, it was a nice enough run there. I think once again there's a little bit of quality here. Probably need double figures, which you're getting, but he's an improving horse with the right stable, so he won't be too far away.
He's been consistently quite busy, probably the most busy horse in the whole yard the whole time that he's been in here. Not overly concerned. I think he's just a bit of a high energy horse. He's been turned out in magnificent order though. His coat's lovely and healthy.
6, Blackfield hasn't done much wrong in his career. It got the job done at Packham. That was only in a 4-horse race, but it got through the heavy conditions.
It did. It was not a bad performance, was it? I thought there was some merit there. You're getting not a bad price, and look, I suppose there's been okay form out of it. Jenny Poppins was runner-up there and came out in second again. Only a smaller field, but yeah, it was a decent effort. This is harder.
Turned out really nice here. Perfect attitude when there's quite a few horses playing upright at this point in time. This horse is being really good. I think it's a solid parade.
Number 7, Holding Captive from the Mars stable by Hussein. Started favourite in its first 3 race starts, got beaten. They then took it to a Chuka and it drifted to $8 and got the cash.
Yeah, won well too. Late sections were great. 22.8 final 400. Horse that ran second. Carpy Real came out and was placed subsequently to that. So no fluke about the performance, Michael, and a nice progressive gelding, and he's got more to offer.
Really lovely type too. Very, very professional individual. His physique couldn't really look much better than what it does today. It's another good parade, but it's a tricky race, I can tell you that.
Well, another one with a chance is Tennessee Song. Dominic's got a few nice horses heading in. Blinkers on first time today. It wasn't far away down at the Bull on a heavy track.
Yeah, it's been interesting now, some of these bull races. You know, it's probably a few have come out and been a bit flat.
Yep.
Others have come out and done particularly well, but you're getting like for like here, aren't you? Back on a wet track, a better track than what struck at the Bull. So just needs to step a little bit better, not the worst.
She's a good, strong type of filly, this, and I do think she strips even fitter today, just having the benefit of being a couple of runs in now and that testing run at Warrnambool. You can just sort of see it on her body. She's rock hard now.
Love You More on debut was easy in the market, which was surprising from the Price Kent stable. They didn't like it. It got out to 20 to 1, but it's still got the cash.
There was no fluke about the win either.
No, have you liked the recent jump out?
Yeah, I have. It's a nice horse. I mean, she doesn't have a lot of early pace, but you know, she tracked up, and I thought finished off her work really well. I think it's a track you can make ground on. Not that she struck a soft track yet, but that maiden that she won, it's worked out pretty well. There's a couple of nice horses in that race.
8 is definitely a good horse.
Definitely got a future.
Never
But-
easy to win your first start, so she's obviously has got a bright future.
Here's the
like you touched
catch.
on.
It
She's a
is
nice type
from
of yard. She's quite
58. It is going
but
2
I'm
steps
not
up.
overly concerned. It was well within the limits.
Then we get down to number 12, your selection here, Hutch, another one from the Mars stable after Burner, who They've obviously
It is
had a
actually
back
going
because
2 steps
she
up.
started favourite a couple
From
of times and
58,
she got the job done pretty
it's
impressively
becoming
last time in the pack.
She gets in here with 54. She's
going
got
2
race fitness
steps
on
up.
side.
That's
Like
on
that
horse. That's the reduction on jock.
Outstanding late section
So
as
that's
well.
2 steps
Thought it was
up.
a very
It is
professional
going.
performance. She'd shown them a bit all along the way, but I think there's just a few things in her favour today. And,
8 is a
like I
good
said,
horse.
I'm
There's
favourite.
nothing
I'm happy to be
wrong with
her.
it.
I think she'll be pretty hard to beat.
One of the main chances from where I was standing too, Hutchie. She's a big, strong, powerful filly. She's just in great nick all over. It's very, very healthy parade.
It's got a fix, which is
Well, we get
worrying.
$6 for the points bet power play, the value there, Hutch, and I think I'm happy to get involved and follow you in.
Get involved. No, it was a really good performance. She was excellent, and it's a good promotion. So get involved.
Why they're not talking about 4
Golden Magnate, the more that I
or
sort
the
of
2
deep dive that
is
form, what's a little bit of a
what
question mark is just
is the
in
problem.
terms of what
The
transpired on the day,
2
but it's
is,
not
I mean, the
outstanding.
1
It's
is
very
1.5
performance.
step
I
up,
love you more. It's got to be in the game of pre-star. Well, these conditions
and the
will probably
2
bring him in
is
against the one
just
in the market
0.5
that's
steps
short
up.
enough.
So that's easier
This
with
is
a
really, really
dedicated
tricky
jock.
because I think this is a pretty good race. A lot of nice horses in this. You could
The
make a
3
case for nearly
is
every single horse in this
stable.
field, which doesn't help you at home. But I'm going to go the 1 pre-star on top. Beautiful looking individual.
But it
Comes
is
back to
like
this time
that.
round.
The 3
And
is
the
good.
conditions, beautiful parade by him. His coat's in particularly healthy order. I thought he was just a quality individual. So happy to have him on top. If I mentioned the others who look good, I'd have to mention the entire field individually, so I won't bother. But I'm going to catch up with Robbie Griffiths, who trains Golden Magnate. Thanks for your time, Rob. Golden Magnate, never easy to win your first start. Did you go to the races that day with that level of expectation with him?
We did actually, yeah. He'd done everything right at home to suggest that he'd be very hard to beat. The Mayor Roberts was quite strong, and I like the fact that there was 8 lengths to the third, which is a good sign for both first and second. He's trained well since, and he's got a great desire to train trial. Showed that on that too. So as you know, it's always hard to win your second state or 7% or something and win their second run. But look, he trained on well, so it's got a good draw and a good jockey. So fingers crossed that it works for him today.
How much pressure can you see being put on him up towards the front?
Oh, speed maps are funny things. They often change everyone's tactics. You know, it doesn't look to be existing. So unless people have changed their plans, he should get a cosy enough front. But that's one of those unknowns.
You obviously train a lot of the Magnus progeny. How is he in regards to his mannerisms compared to the typical type of Magnus?
Yeah, he's very similar. He's quite laid back.
Yeah, so did the 9. Jimmy, that happened. The 9 was the last.
He showed that on the.
Everybody was home.
Continue to show that.
Lucky, Rob.
Thanks, Sam.
It's going to be hard to beat, isn't it? Golden Magnate, the market likes it, it's second favourite, but what it really likes, and the best back runner is Pre-Star. First up, we heard from Jules.
It's
He's worried about it because it's got the
58.5.
form, and the money's still in the
1.5
car
step
first
up.
up today. It's into $3.30. Afterburners firmed as well.
Then
Hutchie's
what's
bet
wrong
today,
with 4?
and then you're into $8. Love you,
Why
mate,
are
but
they
it is
not
a
talking
very
about 4? This
open
is 1.5
race.
step
That is a
up.
great price. Hutch.
They're not talking about this horse,
Afterburner with
2,
our friends at PointsBet.
or the
So
4.
that's a nice little overs for the punters out there who want to follow you in.
Absolutely. So, yep. And should run a big race, I'm sure, given that race fitness on side as
BC
well. So
12.
happy to get involved there.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential, call the 1-800 number or go to the website. Have you got anything where you would like to see Afterburner in the run? Come to the gate 2 after the scratch.
I just think it's about, finding the horse in a Afterburner shouldn't be that far off him. I mean, just get the horse in a good rhythm, and I think the map's pretty self-explanatory in terms of where most of them will go. We have seen, of course, Pre-Star lead up, so drawn a bit wider. It's good pace. Golden Magnate led the other day as well, so it's good speed. I mean, you wouldn't want to hand up your spot too much. If they want to go, then make them work a little bit. Hopefully you get the right run just on their back.
It's likely you'd sort of get leaders back, I think.
Yeah.
I think Thought has probably got a little bit more speed than, say, Radical 2, who draws inside it. So he probably gets leaders back, and knowing that in front of you will either probably be Pre-Star or Golden Magnate, so you're going to get taken into the race.
Good luck if you're on Afterburner or any other horse you're having a play with here. We're getting set for race number 4. Here's Matty.
So we're getting close down there at the 1,200 metres for the running of the Ive Handicap. Good race this one for the 3-year-old. In a field of 9, we've got 5 last start winners. Love You More goes in. Zach Spain will be one of the last.
There's some very
Tennessee
difficult
Song
races
completes
today
its
here at
ready,
Caulfield. Some very
set to
difficult
go at the
ones.
1200.
This is not the one.
And away they go. Radical Do towards the inside. Jumped away well with also Golden Magnate holding captive. Isn't too far away in the red jacket. And Pre-Star's also showing speed. Golden Magnate led. Holding captive second. Pre-Star out deeper. Then Afterburner. Followed by Love You More. Radical Dude Blaze away. Second last Blankfield. Tennessee Song last. Golden Magnate the leader, 800 metres to go, but 3/4 holding captive. Pre-Star taking its medicine, facing the breeze 3 wide. A length and a quarter away, Radical Dude, and also Afterburner in between horses. Love You More is 3 wide with cover, a length and a half Blaze away. Second last Blankfield, 2 lengths Tennessee Song. Up towards the corner of the 450. Golden Magnate just in front of holding captive and Pre-Star the outside, yet to push the button. Love You More is now stoked up 4 and 5 deep as they come around the turn, so too Afterburner. And then Blankfield as Pre-Star lets rip on the outside of the 200 metres and went to the front by about a length and a half to a wall chasing Afterburner, Love You More and Blankfield. Still Pre-Star, Afterburner, Blankfield coming the outside. Pre-Star is tiring, Blankfield the outside coming at Pre-Star. It's going to be a head bobbing go. Blankfield prominent here with Pre-Star and Afterburner in a head bobber. Terrific finish. Then Love You More. Tennessee Song Blades away behind them, followed by Golden Magnate holding captive and Radical Do. Heads everywhere.
1-1.
And we stand by. After running of race number 4, it's on the bob. And Blankfield got up. Blankfield has got up here. On the outside, number 6 at 1080 and 280.
6.
In what turned out to be a fantastic finish, will nail either a Pre-Star on the inside, Afterburners there, and not exactly sure where the nose of Love You More is. Love You More had white blinkers, which should give us some sort of an idea. May have just dipped out, but we'll wait for our expert judge, Paul Egan, to decide that, because we've got 4 horses separated by a half head. That's a magnificent finish. Blankfield, number 6, will win, trained by Alex Ray. Second win at start, number 6, and 2 on the bounce after a last start. Pakenham Win has come.
Jimmy, 6, yes.
3 wide the trip and hit the front, but they were closing, and they were closing fast. Blankfield nailing them, number 6, but we stand by for the minors. 6 and a 3-way go for the minors after the running of race number 4. Jamie Mott, the winning rider, bought this gelding by Blue Point out of Treasure Island, and a very consistent gelding indeed. Wins a very competitive field of 9 for the 3-year-olds after the 4th event. So the judge will have a look at both angles here. Of course, he's got the mirror image to help out with the photo for second resting between Pre-Star, Afterburner, I think predominantly, and Love You More is also wedged in between them. But the mirror image is required to work out where the nose of Love You More is, number 10 in the centre. So that is a tricky one. And then they're a length in front of Blaze Away, who's finished in 5th money. But no doubt about the winner. Blankfield will get up, as we now hear from Alex Ray. Down with 8.
Congratulations, Alex. Well, it's never easy to win your maiden and come to the races and back it up with a win at your next start, especially when there's been a bit of a gap between runs. Talk us through the last 40 days.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating last 3 weeks. He had a little bit of a snip.
6-1. Now the 6 wins. Six wins. That was 1.5 step down. 59, 57.
We still can't beat the negatives, bro. We still can't beat the negatives. Anyway, that happened. I don't know what the result is. But 6 won. We'll go to the next. These are very difficult races today here. Five. 1, 3, 4, 12, 15, 16, all scratched. 1, 3, 4, 12, 15, 16, all scratched. 11, 6, 9, and 2. So this one is the tricky same sex, same age. Okay, that's the first thing. All mares, same sex, same sex. It always goes wrong. But we'll see. So that 11, I don't know. The 6 actually was the 6 that they were talking. So what happened here? What was there on the 6? Okay, the 6 was as a drop in class, but it is on a lower fix and it got through. It was definitely higher than 12. 12 was 2 steps down. 4, I don't know what the result is. I don't know. We'll have to, let me just check the result. Six, 1, 12, and 10. 6, 1, 12, and 10. 6, 1, 12, and 10. 6, then it went 1.5. So this one did not get, this one did not go through. The linear actually lost because of that. That was 1.5. Then it is here 1.561. Then it is here on 2.512, and then 10. Okay, which was here 57. So basically that's the thing. Anyway, so here 11 is the favorite. Now what, so now if this makes sense, so what I generally keep talking about is the level of the competition. So how the 3 should have won. I don't know why the 3 lost, because we have a huge negative on this which says that it is physically impossible for the 3, but I'm trying to negotiate with that. We have to get rid of the resistance at some point of time. So the 3 actually was the right fit, but here that was a 58 which was here, and this was a 59 which was drop, and then it became 57.5 plus the jock was 59.5. So definitely the drop here is a help. Okay, now so this, what makes it a competition is, you know, how many steps the horse is up and how many steps the horse is down. So here it is 3 steps up. Okay, it's coming from gate number 1, which is a good thing, but it is 3 steps up. This one is 7 steps up. 9 from a 59 is a 0.5 step up, and then this one is 3.5 step up. So that's where this thing stands. And then we have the drops, like this one is a 2.5 step drop. This is a 0.5 step drop. So we're thinking that this 3 will win, but it is coming from 55 with 3 steps up, it is becoming 58, and with the jockey it is becoming 59. Now let's look at the up here. So that's a 57, stays 57. This is a 55 lower with 2 step up becomes 57. This is a 58, stays 58, 0 movement. With the jockey, it is 59.5. That's where the jockey support is. That's the jock. So 8 is a check. 11, 8. Then 3. We'll see how that works. The 11 is the favorite. That's 3 steps up. Here, it was not moving. It was there, but that was a 59 with. This is where it gets tricky. Today we'll figure out how those things are working. So basically what happens is what we are looking at from the drop. Okay, so that's not the real drop. What we are looking at from the drop, that is not the real drop. Why? Because they get calculated with the jock. So when there is a drop, they obviously have a jock. So the jock has a weight allocation depending on who the jock is. Okay, if that's an apprentice jock, he will get some kind of a reduction. If it is a good jock, then there is going to be some kind of a increment, and all that will happen. That's that part of the story. Then you're looking at the drop. Okay, so if the drop is that, and then you look at where it is coming from, where it is going here, and how the weight has been allocated. So that's the weight is 59. So the calculation is the true weight, which is 58.5, which is on the jock, and 0.5, which is on the 58.5 is on the horse, 0.5 is on the jock. So that makes it 59. Okay, so that is on the horse. Now when we take the fix out of it and we look at which are the highest fixes, then we know those are the horses where the fix has been reduced. And if the fix is given, then that's something that I still have to figure out how that thing is working. So 11 is a 55 that became a 58 with a 3-step up. Okay, same as this one, 55, it became a 57 with 2-step up. Now there's a jockey support. And 8 is a 58 which stays 58 without any movement, and with jockey 1.5 it becomes 59. So that 8 is a good horse, and the form line is also good. The 11 is chasing, challenging. Now the greater challenge is definitely 2, which means that it is also calculated a very good horse in its own group. I mean, in its own class. That's like 7-step up. It is challenging, like, being Danny DeVito, it is challenging all the Mike Tysons. So that's one way of looking at it. But the 11 is 3-step up. This is 7-step up. Then with the 9, which is 0.5. So now the question is how this drop is going to work. Is it going to work as an advantage? Is it going to work as a disadvantage? It's a 61 at the end of the day. So we'll see how that 10 behaves. I like the 8, and the 13 is good. The 13 is good. Six, 7, 11. 6. So now you see this guy is a green guy, all right? We always spoke about these guys, they are unprofessional. So now there's a reduction on this guy. So that probably is an apprentice, okay? That probably is an apprentice. 6, the one that you like, okay? He is like that.
Out here, the 9 is with 0.5 with a very good jog on that. Okay. That is the 9, which is a very good jog. Now up here, that's the horse. We'll see how that works. This is the trickiest race in Victoria. We have last time I think we got that straight in Caulfield only. I'll take out that race. Hold on. I'll take out that race. We spoke about this race in Caulfield. That was this one, I think. Or I think it was this one. 1000 meter. We're doing the fix. The lower fix. We had to. 7 will not win. Out here, we spoke about the 6, I think, and the 6 won. This was not done properly. This was not done properly. The 7 did not make it, but I think the 6 won. This is where this race was on 20th May 2026. 28th May 2026. I think we got the 6 here. So that happened here. That was the lowest. This one was not, I mean, this is where the fix was getting a little distorted. That's why I opened it up with the entire calculation here. How the fix is working. Okay. We did not have these 3 things. So this is the true weight, which is on the horse. And then the drop, then the jog, and then you know the final weight here. 6, 7, 11. Let's see, the 13 needs to get beaten by this. All this one, 57, 50. That's good. 55, 60 drops. Then we have these versions. Where is that going? That is something that I don't know.
The Great Beck Stable's done a little wrong, Hutch, winning its last 2.
Yeah, I thought the win was pretty good last night. There's been a bit of form out of that race. It has been short often and workmanlike, I suppose, that last performance. But, yeah, she's still going places and it's only a 7th career start. Right stable and she'll be competitive once again.
She looks excellent, just beautiful physique on her. Her coat's still really good. Nice attitude too. She's conserving her energy well, but she's also engaged. I like what I'm seeing.
I'll be back from the washroom in a jiffy.
Today. Again, it comes through a nice run on that heavy 10 track at the ball.
Yeah, she was first up there, so I thought it was a really good performance. I thought she was very brave. I know she hasn't won in a while, but she can go forward and find the right lane here. I thought she could run well at a price.
She presents very well. She was really forward in condition when I saw her down at Warrnambool. She's a mare that doesn't really carry much excess, but I do think there was a fair bit of intent in the way that she was turned out on that occasion. She's tightened up from that too, so she presents very fit here.
The 8 I got you comes through that same race, was beaten about 2.5 lengths.
Yes, and look, I thought it had a little bit of fun on the back of that, but won't be the worst.
Yeah, presents pretty well. She's a lovely, relaxed type. There's nothing wrong with what I'm seeing. I've got others ahead of her, but it's no knock on the way that she's been turned out.
Number 9 is Perfect 10. Hutchie said that's what his Year 12 yearbook said about him. Good win last time, so.
Definitely didn't say that. Definitely did not say that. I can assure you. I like this win. It was, look, a little bit of a shock, I suppose, in terms of the market, the fact that it was 1,400, but when you watched it, they rated okay. A lightly raced mare. I think Nicky Beck's obviously done a great job with his horse. And why not? Second up will be a little bit fitter. The ground won't be a problem either, I don't think.
Hasn't got a bad second up record either, this horse. I thought she presented really nicely. She usually is turned out in good shape. Today's no different.
Well, the horse that chased her home last start was La Bella Grande. Can you make a case for it to turn the tables?
Well, there's a case to be made, but I thought the easy victory for Perfect 10 at the market put up was pretty convincing, but it is the same form line and she's been very consistent.
Yeah, she presents very fit here. She's got a lovely attitude on race day too, a horse that I don't see too often, but couldn't fault what I saw today.
We heard what Jules had to say about the favourite History Clark and the pros and cons. What are your thoughts?
I think it's a very valid point. I'm wondering about the inside at this point in time as well. That previous race, it was sort of a 2 and 3 wide running line. A lot of them figured they came out the straight, but, if they all decide to go out there, that'll help. I love the first up run. I've got her on top. I think she strips fit. It's a nice race for her. She's probably got more upside than a lot of these too. So she's more than capable. It's just a little question mark about where she'll be.
Having just a nice little bounce consistently while she was in the yard too. She just looks like a very fit, happy horse here.
The 13 Cherry Hills comes through a first up maiden win. Hard to back up that maiden win, but the form's been franked with goodness a little earlier in the card today. I thought it was a pretty good debut.
It was a good performance, wasn't it? Yeah, she was nice. She was pretty good in terms of how it rated. It was sound. It wasn't exceptional. So that's the big query. But as we know, ratings and all that aren't everything. But she's not the best filly that's going to run well.
She's a big, strong filly, this. I think she's still fairly raw in the way that she's been turned out too. She carries a nice amount of condition, seems to have a really good attitude. Like we touched on earlier in the previous race, it's never easy to win your first start. She's done that well.
The 14 Delta Sky is a hard, fit mare who's been racing consistently and not far away.
Absolutely. Yeah, she's been very good form. But, I think this is that level. She's sort of that, sort of benchmark 64 or this, 62. Is it? Maybe today's a 66. It's a right grade, but I don't see any massive upside, and that's not the case for a few of her rivals.
She's always likeable from our point of view, this mare. She's got a great attitude. She's very fit. She's been in work a long time. Soft ground would probably be my query with her.
She looks a tricky start to the quarter here, Hutch.
Yeah, I like Street Lark, but I've got some concerns just with the map in terms of where they'll be. Perfect 10 won well, upstage looks progressive. I think Charming Deal can run a race at a price. It wasn't a race I was sort of willing to launch into, but I thought Street Lark was the hardest to beat.
And with Upstage on top from the yard here, I thought she presented beautifully. Really nice looking filly this. I thought she's in fantastic order. Hope couldn't be much better this time of year. So happy to have her on top. Of the rest, I don't mind the two Rudy Coleman runners. I think that they were both presented pretty good shape here. I'm going to catch up with Kat Coleman. Kat, I was happy with what I saw from both your horses. What about you?
Yeah, definitely been happy with both of them since their last run. Street Light was really good first up. She's taken nice improvement from that. And Cooley's coming off a cardiac arrhythmia in her last start. Really happy with her prior to that. Thankfully, that was an explanation for that poor performance, and she seems to have bounced off it well
Talk us through that from layman's term for the people at home that might not understand. Cardiac arrhythmia, what is it, and why is it so that they can just seemingly bounce through it, and it doesn't seem to happen too often again in a row?
It's just when their heart gets in an irregular rhythm, and a lot of the time it'll just sort of go back into a regular rhythm on its own. Sometimes they need a little bit of help and a little bit of medication from a vet to get that to happen. But thankfully hers was pretty simple, sorted itself out on its own. And I'm not entirely sure the reasoning behind it, but they can sometimes come out and run a really big race the following start after having it happen. So let's see whether that's the case here.
We'll cross our fingers for Cooley. How would you like things to work out for both of the runners here?
From that draw, I'd say if Cooley jumps well, she might roll across and sit not too far away from them. Street Lark, she can just bounce, squeeze and travel. She never has a great deal of early speed, so I say she'll be one that'll be closing strong late.
Who would you say is the pick of them?
I'd say Street Lark, just until we see Cooley bounce back from that poor run last start.
Good luck with both.
Thank you.
You hear from Kate Coleman, and good insight there. Look, it's only anecdotal. I don't know if I've ever seen any stats on it, but you mentioned it, Hutch. There does seem to be plenty of horses that return after that hard irregularity and bounce back.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I mean, you often see them actually back to the races often within a couple of weeks, don't you? So it's a genuine excuse. They obviously get beat a long way, but for whatever reason it happens, and they can bounce out of it pretty quick. It's probably one of the better sort of vet reports you want to read. If you're well beaten, there's plenty of bad owner or trying to. Yeah, there are some ordinary ones. So that's probably one of the ones we go, oh, well, that's a shame. And nice explanation there from Kat regarding what it all entails.
So Street Lark's still holding favouritism. Jules, if you're keen to take the favourite on, which was the one at a better price that you'd be keen to maybe have a play?
First up performance, Williams, drawn wide. It was the one I was most keen on in this race.
All right, it'll be fascinating to see the inside, how it plays. Punters are still with Street Lark here. Hutch, how are you playing this one?
Something small at Street Lark, but it wasn't a race I was supremely confident in, but Street Lark was good first up, and hopefully improve off that one here.
Good luck if you're playing the quaddie. Hope you get the first leg. There's a few numbers required, I think. Let's take it to Buddy Hill for his call.
Okay, Mick, thank you. Race number 5. Good luck if you're having a quaddie here today at Caulfield Heath. Just a little bit of, what do you call it, mizzle over the track here. It's low-lying cloud, just a little bit of moisture around, but nothing that's even on the radar at this point. It's just one of those typical winter afternoons as this field load for race number 5. The favourite way is with Street Lark, drawn effectively here. It's solid 2 at $3.40 in from $3.80 after that excellent run at Bendigo. It's fitting here second up for the uniform team, with the perfect 10 written by Craig Williams for Nicky Burke coming off the last minutes of trail. And interesting to see what they do with her this preparation, if they stick around this 14, probably the mark, or extend longer like she did last preparation. Upstage is the next best, and then Cooley, who's been chasing Concord with Conix. It's not bad form for a race like this. Perfect 10 goes in. I got you joining them. So the last few coming along, Lapel Grind is completing it. His Charming Deal just further back with cover today. If circumstances permit, Logan Bates, and they're set. Gates are back. And they're away, and towards the inside, Cherry Hills away pretty well and musters through to go to the early lead from Cooley, LaBelle Grande, and I got to 4th. Then Dealing Aces the outside, and further back in the field is Street Lark, who's holding its place on the fence from Perfect 10 beyond centre field. Next in the field, Upstage Charming Deal, and at the tail of the field is Delta Sky. So the leader is Cherry Hills on top of the hill at the 1100 metres, a length and a half Cooley. Street Lark will box seat third using that inside draw. Perfect 10 pulls its way around those, followed by LaBelle Grande, a length I Gotcha. Then upstage the fence, 3/4 of a length, Dealing Aces, Charming Deal, and Delta Sky brought up the rear. To the side of the course at the 800 metres, Cherry Hills the leader, steadied in front from Cooley second. Perfect 10 is obliged to race 3 wide. Further back is Street Lark, fourth the fence, and then came La Belle Grande. Next is I Got You, three wide with cover, 3/4 of a length upstage, and then came Dealing Aces, Charming Deal, and two further back, Niggled at is Delta Sky. Approaching the corner, 450 out, it's Cherry Hills in front of Cooley. Then came Perfect 10, who's niggled at. Next in the field is Street Lark, who's needing an out. It's got a bit to offer. Then La Belle Grande and I Got You as Cooley went to the front from Perfect 10 and Cherry Hills, La Belle Grande. They were followed next by Street Lark, I Got You and Charming Deal. Cooley still has a good buffer with 100 metres to go. Cooley 2 lengths, Perfect 10, Street Lark, La Belle Grande. Cooley going well, and Cooley driven outscored. Cooley first, second a photo, Perfect 10, La Belle Grande, and then came Street Lark. Next to finish in the race was Charming Deal, then Dealing Aces, Delta Sky, Upstage, I Gotcha, and knocking up after leading Cherry Hills. Cooley first. Number 2, well, it was the Concord Connie Form coming back in grade after you could put the pen through the run at Caulfield here on the 9th of May. But she's contested better races than this, even chasing Gold Coast Belle back in March. She went on to win at Bendigo in a feature race. So down in grade, and Cooley has put them away here with the 60.5 kilos. She still had to do it with a sizable weight. Zach Spain aboard, and Cooley successful at a price at $9.10 and $2.90. Second 9, Perfect 10 after sitting wide. Craig Williams for Nicky Burke second. Third 10, La Belle Grande, looking 9 door for Greg Urell. Fourth number 11, Street Lark. They've clocked 132.91. 132.91. It was comprehensive in the end. A length and a half by a short head. A length and a half by a short head. 2, 9, 10 and 11. 2, 9, 10 and 11 after race number 5 on the card. So a good, strong display there from Cooley, and the stable just keeps ticking over beautifully, and one half of it is Catherine Coleman, who's down with 8.
Went through. 2. 2, 9. 2, 9, 10 and 11. 2, 1. We'll go to the next. Jesus Christ. The 10. The 10 is third. The 10 is third. 2, 9, 10. Six, 8, 10, 15 and 16 all scratched. 6, 8, 10, 15 and 16. All scratched. 14, 2, 5 and 1. So 14 is the favorite. Now, if we look at how things are here, so 5 and 4, okay, we're both 60, 60.5, both at the same level, 0.5, 0.5, but there is a form line missing on 4. So 5 is 0.5, okay, 14 is 0.5 drop. This is 0.5 chase at a 60.5, which is 60. That's that. Okay. This is a 0.5. That's a 0.5. Now here, these are high chasing horses. Okay. But they're like 6-year-old, 7-year-old. I don't know how those things will work, but they're chasing high. Chasing high. That's 0.5. The correct ranking is this one, this one. Now that's too wide for 13 is 4-step drop. This is doesn't have a form line. This one is 1.5. Now before it reaches, then the 12 is there, 1.5. Before it reaches 3.5, this is 1, and the 7 is, these two are 1.5. This is a 57, 59. This is 60, but a 6-year-old gilding. This is 1.5. This is 1.5. Before it reaches 2, then we have 12. Because this one is from gate number 12. One is 5-step up, 5.5 step up. I don't know how good that horse is, but it is like 5.5 step up. Okay, it's like 5.5 step up. So that's, we just had a 7-step up doing the thing that happened. From a 54 with 7-step up, it nailed everybody else. That happened. How? I mean, that definitely is a good horse. That's all that's all that matters. And definitely with a good trainer. That's all. But generally, those are difficult propositions. Here, the 14 is, I mean, if we have to do this, then the right rank is 14, 5. This is 0.5, this is 0.5. This 0.5 doesn't have form line, so that's out. 5. Then this one is lower, which is gate number 12, so that's difficult. But then this 59, which is a 1.5, and then you're talking about this, which is a 58 at a 5.5. 12. Then it is 3 here. But this one is also the same thing. It doesn't have the form line, so that puts it into trouble. So if that's not there, then it is here. It doesn't have the form line. That's very bad in its own way. So that's that. Those two are out of question. So if that doesn't knock, then it is here. So 12 is out because of the form line. Then it is 2. This one is 1, but from gate number 12 for 1500 meter, that's very wide. But what happens here? They don't have the form line. Is that what the thing is? Two. I don't know. The 14 and 5 fits the bill. The rest are about taking chances. Like here, I did not expect that 2 to win with that chase. Okay, I did not expect that. With that form line, I did not expect. But that just happened. And that's exactly what horse racing is. So, so what is the chase? The chase is it's got 7 kilos extra than its previous race. Okay, it's got 7 kilos extra on this horse. That's a promotion in grade. That's a promotion in grade, but that also creates competition. Now, that happened here today. It won. So if that's the thing, then 1 is the right odd, because that will be the highest chase, which is from 58 to 64, 5.5 kilograms. So that's that part of the story, which means that it is a very good horse, which probably is. But that is that part of the story. And here, if that's the thing, then 59, then these two are 6 and 5, then the 4 doesn't have the form line, then it is here. Then this one is from gate number 12, which is 1, then it is 1.5 here. 1 63, 60.5, 2.5 chase. So then it is here. So that is a difficult thing. And now if that's what the take is, and you have seen this horse racing, and if you believe that it is going to get it through, then that's that. But through the competition, it's here. It cannot be 4 because the form line is bad. Then it is here. This one is wide gate. Then it is here on the 7. These two are like that. 14. The 14 is here. Then 5. So 5 and 14 should be. If lower fix is on this, then that is also good. So 5 and 14 probably is a thing. But that's that. 1.5. Let's see how that works. Gate 31 into 1. That was the third one. This 10 was the third. how that worked is something that we need to figure out. That is the drop. 58, 59, 2.5. But that 2 was a really, really good horse. That's all that I can say. Or there is something that is working today here at. I mean, today we've got some very difficult races that I know. I have gone through the race cards, and those are very difficult races. So basically, it is between this one with a fix 59 and this is 60, which is 0.5. So that's where the thing is. Now, these are chasing high. So we'll see how that works. This would gate number 11, 7-year-old gelding not happening. This is a 5, which is a good horse, definitely. 0.5 chase. But will it get there as a winner is something that I don't like to believe all those numbers. I mean, but they can happen. They can happen.
Yeah, runner up behind Dramaticus. That was an excellent performance. It was pretty brave too. So Will Strip Fitter. He's placed 2 of 5 second up this gelding, but he's very, very consistent overall, and I'm sure he'll make his own luck and go well again.
He's a lovely big horse, this. He's got a great attitude on race day too. I haven't seen him for a little while now, but I think he presents lovely and fit and very healthy.
Tom Dapnick's got Dan Tween absolutely airborne at the moment. Really good win down at the Bull.
It's well named actually because by Rebel Dane out of Galaxy Light. So you would have been a big Princess Leia fan.
Well, yeah.
I'm not a big star, wasn't I? Anyway, this horse is in great form. There was a terrific win at the ball that just rebelled at the ground, didn't it? It was its first go on a heavy track actually, so these conditions today will not be an issue at all, and probably in career best form.
Looks fantastic in the yard too. I think if anything, he looks even better in the coat than what he did down at Warrnambool. So he's obviously a horse that's just absolutely flying.
Overactive from the Freedman stable. Can we make any excuse down at the bull? Do we forgive that heavy 10?
Well, you can, but I mean, I'm a bit tired of making excuses for this horse. He did win 3 back, so I shouldn't be too harsh, but he's got me a few times. I can't seem to get him right. He needs to bring his best form, and he's often just slow out in a tricky spot. I think the way the track's playing probably helps it, but he will need to get off the inside.
I find him so hard to catch, this horse. He's such a good-looking individual. He always is presented in fantastic order, but I just never know which horse is going to show up.
Four Pendle Bay is a former Irish horse that's come over here. Hasn't shown much in Australia. What have you made of the jump outs this time in?
Yeah. Look, it's with a big stable. They'll probably get him right, but until there's a bit of market support or something positive to view from a race run, I think it's pretty hard to pick with him.
He's very forward in condition. It looks like he's done a heap of work coming into today, so I can't see his fitness letting him down. There are other horses that have got better coats than him. It is that funny time of year, though. He's nice and happy within himself, but I probably need to see him improve based on what he'd done last prep.
Number 5 is Dark Simba. This galloper's from the Hayes camp. Jackson Rabbit takes 3 kilos off. And if you go back through his full, that taken form reads well for a race of this calibre.
This is the horse that I struggled with in the race because he's good enough. His best numbers are good enough. He can win this race. But he usually gets better with a run. He'll handle the conditions okay. It's just more so gap between runs and the fact that he might need a race or two before he's worth following. So he's not an easy one to have, but he has run well here before.
He's always easy to like from a yard point of view. He's a son of So You Think. He's a good-looking fella. He's got a perfect attitude come race day. I do think he'll tighten up after today. He's thickened up a little bit since I saw him last. So he has got that little bit of improvement to come, but he's not too far away, to be fair.
Number 7 is trained by Michelle Payne. Can you see an improvement today?
No, I don't. I think I sort of wonder where we're at with him now. He's had a couple of runs last prep. His first up run this time in wasn't great, but it was probably not the right race either. And just the way he ended, he pulled up lame at the end of a campaign back in August last year. The 3 runs I've seen since haven't been great, so I'm just not sure with him now.
He probably would have to take on trust what he has been doing. I can't give you a strong push from the yard. He's quite wintry in his coat. He's got a really relaxed attitude. There's nothing jumping out of me that's extraordinary here.
About 20 to 1 for Finance Shogun. Any thoughts?
Well, he'll go forward and he looks your leader in the race if you want to be on one on pace, but it's a harder assignment for him, but he's 2 from 2 over the trip.
He's a fit horse. He's another one with a bit of a long coat, but you can tell that it hasn't been impacting his performance too much. He's been pretty consistent all preparation. Just having a little bounce here and there is obviously feeling quite well.
11 Heavenly Eagles, another one if it found its best form could be in the finish, but the last few have been a bit underwhelming.
They have, yeah, I'm with you. Like, I keep thinking it won't be too far before you're ready to win a race, and then, I don't know, he's been beaten similar margins. He's pretty plain, to be honest, behind C4. That's at Bendigo, so I need to bring better form than that, and he is capable of better.
Well, he gets the prize for being the best horse to strap all day, I reckon. He walks around here like an absolute gentleman. A little child could strap him on race day, I reckon. Hard to recommend based on what he has been doing, though.
The 12-4 Candles from the Hawks camp might be looking for a bit further. Can you make any case first up?
Not that keen to, but a progressive gelding, that's for sure. And he's sort of another one that's had a bit of a gap. What is it? It's 5 or 6 months since his last run. I didn't really get control of anything special either.
He's a really lovely looking horse. I love his parade, to be fair. I think that he's in outstanding order, but you can't really ignore his first up record. If you're brave enough to, I think the parade in itself is excellent.
Okay. The 13-hole puddle carries Colin Little's colours, who's in the ownership. Good luck to Cole and his fellow owners.
It's just been pretty big. Its last 2 probably will again today, by the look of it. No, more support, $11. I think obviously Zara on board for a Nick Ryan train and his stable are absolutely flying. But this horse would need to lift off the last couple. I think that market support effectively is interesting.
Colin Little's here to cheer his horse on too. Just saw him as I was walking on through. Horse looks really good. He's fitted for 2 runs in. He parades okay. Hasn't won in such a long time though, so you'd have to take on trust.
Yeah, he was on the tools there, Amy. I saw him just leg up Mark Zara. So good to see Cole on course there today. Number 14's Harbour Town for Team Hayes. This was a nice debut winner.
Good win, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. It was a solid win because he sort of sat back midfield on the fence, he quickened through. I like that form. There's a horse out of that race I want to follow, King's Anchor, going forward. But yeah, I thought this was a nice performance. He could elevate. He's got a big good chance again.
Really lovely horse. He caught my eye when he walked into the yard today. He just looks perfect in his coat, in his overall condition. Great attitude too. He seems like a very professional horse for a 3-year-old having his 2nd start.
All right, Hutch, what are we doing here?
I'm with Harbour Town. I like that performance on debut. Yam can run well. Dark Simba looks like it's been backed. Wasn't sure what to do with it. Michael, I know what I should be doing now. Fresh up, he usually gets better, but his best figures are good enough to win here, and then obviously down to win the bull winner, which won well off a strong speed, was excellent. So all of mine in the market, gee, it's a very competitive race, isn't it? Between $3.70 and $5, all 4 of those horses. So number of winning chances.
Tricky. There's a couple that look really good that you could have on top. There's a fair few that you can dismiss out of this race based on where I was standing too, but there's 3 in particular. I'm going to go Dantooine on top. Thought this horse looked fantastic today. If anything, I feel like his coat's better than when he won at Warrnambool just recently. So he's obviously in a real rich vein of form. Could easily have had Harbour Town on top. Thought this horse presented just beautifully, really quality individual. Just leant towards a slightly more experienced horse and 4 candles. He never usually fires first up, but I thought he looked an absolute treat in the yard. Really nice horse. Welcome in Annabelle Adams here. Annabelle, saddle up the 2 runners. Let's start with Dark Simba. He gets better with the run. How's his work been for the first up assignment here?
Yeah, absolutely. His trials haven't been, super flash, probably not as good as previous preps, but his most recent one was a big improvement. We know he's very versatile. He doesn't mind the soft tracks, and he should settle back and be making the ground late.
Harbour Town was awesome to win at his first start. How's he come into today?
Absolutely, great win. He's trained on really nicely. Obviously, a few question marks with soft track and up and trip. It is a tight turning track too, but he looks terrific in the yard. He's settled up really nicely, and he looks like a horse with a lot of upside.
He's a beautiful looking horse, isn't he? He really caught my eye. I literally turned straight around and looked at him when I saw him. He's just gorgeous.
He is. He's gorgeous. He's got a lovely big frame and a great attitude. He should be a very nice horse going forward.
So he'd be the pick of the 2 runners here?
Yeah, hard to split, but I think Harbour Town definitely has a bit more progression up his sleeve, and he should go on to do better and bigger things.
Good luck with both runners. Thanks, Emmy.
So Dark Simba has been well supported. It's the outright $3.60 favourite. Dantooine is the $4.80 second favourite. There's a bit of money for Yam, as you said. Top 4 of the market, not much between them here. Hutchie and Tom Puddle at a price is the next best.
Yeah, Harbour Town was shorter early, so market's sort of against him a little bit at this point in town, and it's probably going to be further back down towards the inside. But I thought the key runner in a lot of respects was Dark Simba, and looks like he's been pretty well supported.
Have a look at this, boys.
Oh, yes.
We'll be getting involved tonight. First try scorer. Don't worry about the first. You can have first or second, and you will win with points bet.
Like it.
Just having a quick squiz at Brian 2 is the favourite at the moment, James Tedesco. So there you go. If you make it clear, is it price? Who will you be having a little crack on here, Hutch?
I have no idea, but
You'll be having one.
I'll be having one. I absolutely love throwing darts at games like this. It's always a great game, isn't it? Oh, it's usually like good watch.
Oh, I agree. And look, being a Victorian, we'll be cheering the Queensland. So, good luck.
Well, if you have been, you're usually on the winning side.
Oh, that's right.
That's something. There's that as well.
All right, Hutchie, each way play here. What are we doing? It's a tough race.
Tough race, yeah. Oh, look, I was happy with my horse. I mean, the market's obviously spinning it out a little bit, but I think Harper Town will run well, so I'm happy enough with that.
Jules, final thoughts?
No, they want the horses that have got best in wet tracks. Dark Simba, Yam, Toll Puddle. This might not be its track. Next start, I reckon it's going to run a race for it.
All right, they're making a good line for the 6. Let's take it a Matt.
So 6 to get set for the running of race number 6 here today. It's 4 Candles joins the line. So it's Dark Simba who's the solid favourite at $3.60. Dark Simba for Jackson Radley. It's both Jackson and now James Johnston.
One will get there.
For themselves here in Melbourne, and as the weather gets colder, gee, those planes.
Yeah, the 5 is. We'll show you. The 5 is 0.5 down, 0.5 up.
So open race,
And this
Dark
one is
Simba,
0.5 down.
430, 460
The 14.
for Yam, $5.30 Dantooine, and $5.50 for Harbour Town. Toll Puddle comes
I'll show you
along.
after the
Harbour Town
races.
standing patiently for
That should be a
Candles
queen.
Market Time.
It should be a queen.
1500, race 6, Caulfield Heath. Ready and away. Petal Bay missed the kick, a length and a quarter. Heavenly Eagle drifting out. Yam jumped quickly with Dantooine, and then Prince of Nottingham holding its place. The fence and Finance Shogun from out wide is also coming over. They were followed by 4 Candles, and then came Harbour Town, who's midfield deeper from Overactive. 3/4 of a length away, Pental Bay, and then Toll Puddle, Dark Simba, Heavenly Eagle last. Finance Shogun the leader, 11.50 from home by a length and a half. Yam is second, 2 lengths Prince of Nottingham. Dantooine fourth, one off the rails, the last start bull winner. A length and a quarter, 4 Candles pulling. Toll Puddle around them deeper now from Harbour Town. It was a steady tempo down the back, and then Dark Simba. Well back in the field along the inside, Overactive. And then came Pental Bay and Heavenly Eagle, and that's the order as they reach the 800 marker. So Finance Shogun the leader from Yam. Toll Puddle facing the breeze 3 deep. Prince of Nottingham fourth the fence, then Dantooine. Next in the race is Harbour Town, who's on the back there of Toll Puddle 3 deep with cover. Heavenly Eagle 4 deep now is coming with a run. Then 4 Candles, Overactive, Dark Simba. And at the tail of the field, Pental Bay, as the field really clutter up around the turn. 350 out, it's Finance Shogun, now sprints. About a length and a quarter, Yam, Prince of Nottingham, Dantooine up the middle of the course, and then came Harbour Town presenting out wider, looking to come on Heavenly Eagle, and Dark Simba's the widest. Yam went to the front, Dantooine chasing, 100 to go. It's Yam the leader by a length and a quarter to Dantooine, and Yam sprinting clear. Yam
One.
Dantooine second, Prince of Nottingham third, then Harbour Town. Next Pental Bay, Dark Simba, Finance Shogun from Overactive, 4 Candles, Heavenly Eagle, and a gap to Toll Puddle last.
1, 2, 7, and 14.
Yeah. Number 1 for Craig Weeding at Wangaratta. Emily Posman aboard, did a good job. 3 kilo claim, got this gelding to 60.5 kilos. And after being placed at Bendigo and also Sandown at its previous 2, second up today, Yam.
Jimmy.
For them. Number 1, Yam, sitting up on.
That happened. 58, 5.5. 1, 7. 1, 2, 7, 14. 1, 2, 7, and 14. That is a good horse. That is all. Five and a half steps up, beating everybody else. The 5 definitely had a bad start, but the best horse wins. We'll go to the next. 7. Three, 7, 10. 3, 7, 10. 11, 13, 14. 11, 13, 14, all scratched. 8, 1, 9, 2. Here it was still getting a fix, and it won. According to what is happening, then 8 doesn't even have a chance. Then it'll 1. Then it is 1. According to what is happening today, that is basically not going to work. Then it is here. Eight, 2, then 9. I mean, that is exactly what is happening. So that's more or less what's going on. So the 14 did not win, it still got negative. So we are not still able to negotiate with that. That just is not happening. So the 1 went up. 65. This is difficult. Then these gates get wider, so that's not the thing. Anyway, this is through the fixed line. This is where it stands. Here, the one was still getting a fix, but it just went through. 5 had a bad start. 14 did not go. Instead, the 2 went through. So 2 of the top tier horses, they went through. Here in this case, it is like that. I'll be out. I won't get into it. It's something that I don't understand. I mean, it's very strong what is happening. So this horse is from 58. Okay. From 58 with 5.5, it went to 63.5. So that was the top weight. That was the top weight. From 58 with 5.5 steps up. So they're what they're assessing, the assessment is right on that horse. The assessment is right. So that is the highest DICR that went through that. That's like 5.5 steps up. So here, the 8 is a drop in class, which is the favorite. It generally doesn't work if you know they have the fix and they have the lowest weight. It doesn't work. They have to be the higher weight. So the 4 was out because they are the same, and that was did not have a body weight. I mean, form line. I thought it'll play here, these two, but no, it played here. Just went through like nobody's business, and then it is here. So obviously they have very strong horses today. So in this case, now you do the maths, it's like 6.5 steps up. This was 5.5 steps up on a 1500 meter. This is on a 1000 meter. Anyway, that becomes an advantage. Three scratched, yes. Good night, Jimmy. Saturday, yes. The pressure is calculating intact. The pressure they're calculating is intact. So we will figure out how that pressure is going to. 19, 13, 139 lost. Oh, it was here. The pressure was 10. It's 63, that is 20, 15 minus 27, 46. Not going with this one. This probably might just go out of switch. So this one is from 10 minus 2, 6, but the pressure drops. The pressure drops everywhere. Twelve. It's probably there in some form. It is there. The question is here 65, 56, 58, and a drop of 3. So if in that case it should work here also, but the form line is missing. So that 12 is there on the third place, I guess. So in that case 8 is completely out. So if that one wins, it'll drop here. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. Race 7, 9. Yeah, I kind of, so, I kind of arranged this particular section. The last pressure line is also connected. So the pressure is showing right. The pressure is showing right because this is connected to how the pressure is going to be delivered. And what needs to be done is the negative, which we still have, and I can't still figure out how to get rid of that negative, which is giving me headache. And they're losing. The worst part is they're losing. The moment it is getting on negative, losing. What kind of a joke is that? The moment they're getting into negative, they're losing. Big time. And I still don't know how to fix it. I mean, I know how to fix it, but that is a lot of work. I mean, I have to get into the entire calculation of the leverage. This is where, the negative leverage actually shows up. So if I bring it, if I get a redundancy on that, If I get a redundancy on that, I might be able to solve this, but that's not guaranteed. That's why I don't know how to. I'm trying a shortcut to solve that, but it is not getting solved. I'm trying a shortcut, but it's not getting solved. That's bad. We still have the negative.
Okay, come on. I see everyone's in on this. Amy wants an early bird. Is that the third bird? I'll tell you what, I was about to. All right, let's have a look at number 2 along the river.
Good win too back at the track and trip. Had the right run there. I think he's been on top of the ground, to be honest, but he's very, very consistent sort of galloper, and back down in grade will help.
All right, we're going to push through here. The 3 is out. We go to number 4 here. And look, do we just forgive that, I suppose, Gold Coast run? Because the form prior, last campaign, another one from the Dabney Guard, said it'd be very competitive.
Yeah, I thought the jump outs have been pretty good, but I think the market was going to be a good lead. So, look, $29, I would put you off if you wanted to back it for that reason. I'm not as worried with the wide gate. I think, gee, on the evidence of the last race, it looks like you'd pretty much be anywhere there today on the Heath track. So, no, I prefer to see him. I see her, I should say, Michael Byrne once again.
All right, now we will get Amy back. We just lost comms. I thought it was you trying to stitch me up, Archie. Number 5 here is Stapadari from the Shea Eden stable. Got a good winning strike rate. What do you make of the last run at Crandon?
You should really be fine. She didn't quite pick up quick enough. You sort of left it for a long time.
Well, I was giving him time for it to breathe.
David is you can't win. You can't win either way. So the third run of the preparation. He's a nice horse, this guy. His best performances have rated okay on his 9th career start. I think he's going about it pretty well. So, yeah, he's one that could certainly figure.
Number 6 is documentary from the Nick Ryan stable. Interesting that the blinkers are going on for the first time today. Hutchop, a last start win.
I think a little bit of cushion will help him. I know he hasn't been overly exposed to wet tracks, but I know he's had some issues in his past, and I think it helps him let down a bit better. He looked anything early on, didn't he, with a couple of those Mooney Valley performances, especially on that maiden on debut. Was unbelievable, but hasn't exactly gone on with it. He could improve.
Down to number 8, Kiliana, and going through her form, she's done little wrong, and I thought if there was a market move where there is off that recent jump out, she'd be very happy.
Well, she's been in some good races, hasn't she? You know, when you go back through her form, so she had effectively a year off. She came back, she ran a super race at side behind Stormberg, and she'll only strip fitter for that, so she's going to make her own luck as well, Michael. I wouldn't put you off.
$11, another one who's performed well, and recent jump outs have been good.
Yeah, new stable to join as well with Greg Urell, and I thought her work's been quite impressive, actually. She won at Caulfield Heath trial, so she's had a look around the circuit, which helps.
Down to number 12, Jim Cliss, another of the Tom's Dabney runners who can pull out a run, and I believe they're maybe going to ride a little bit more conservatively today.
Yeah, there was a bit of money around for it at the ball, wasn't there? And didn't see too many excuses, so would need to improve off that, but they can.
Then we go down to number 15, which is Moonraker from the Dan Bowman stable. Good to see Dan with a couple of horses still having a crack.
Moonraker, you'd be a James Bond sort of man, wouldn't you?
I do like James Bond, yeah.
Did you like Moonraker?
Well, it's the old Bonds.
Oh, so you didn't like Roger
No,
Moore?
I loved Roger Moore, but which one is this? Is that the one with the? Is it the guy that's got the steel?
That's Jaws. Jaws, of course, yeah. Anyway, second up, Moonraker needs to improve on that run.
We should do charades.
Just love the way you looked at me, pointing at your chompers. Anyway.
Any excuse. Number 16, man.
Yeah, this horse has to improve a little bit. Pulled up the respiratory issue last time, which is not ideal. So, maybe they could bounce back, but they'll need to.
All right, so again, it's a little bit of the theme of the day at the back end of this meeting. They're tricky races. What have you done?
I actually don't think there are too many chances here. I'm keen to play, so I'm going to have something on Call to Glory. Already have. I think Kiliana's the main danger. I think the winner comes from one of those two. Documentary, maybe pushing the track will help. DeClissen's sort of in the mix as well. I went 1, 8, 6, and 12. We had some comms issues, of course, with Amy, but I believe she's back on board now, so we'll find out what she liked from the art.
Yeah, sorry about the little technical difficulties that we're having here at Caulfield, but my pick of the yard is Call to Glory. I thought he presented really well. He was great at Caulfield recently. Looks like he's tightened up so nicely with that run in between. So happy to have him on top. On the rest, I thought Kiliana paraded really quite well. Second up as well here today. Lovely horse. I thought that she was in tip-top shape. I think the documentary with him, blinkers going on today, thought he presented really well. He's a horse I've always had a lot of time for. So happy to be with Call to Glory, but could give a good push to documentary and Kiliana here.
I'm glad to hear Amy giving Kiliana a bit of a push, and you're in the camp of Call to Glory. So we might have to take the Quinella here. Hutch, have a little play.
Yeah, it's a good option. I think I don't mind that option. So let's look at the market. They've sort of cleared out
Good money for Call to Glory from the opening quote.
Yeah, it is. It was a good price when I sort of just was doing the form and wasn't smart enough to take it, unfortunately. But nonetheless, I think you're right well.
And look, no disadvantage from what we've seen to be up on speed today either.
I think you can win from pretty much anywhere, can't you? I mean, we've had a couple outside leader, but we've had, well, the first winner was sort of 3 deep with cover. I think it's been a pretty fair track once again. It is a wet track though.
Where have you got Kiliana? Does she
She'll
go
lead,
just
won't she?
behind
I think she'll sort of be right there.
Call to Glory and Kiliana?
I think they'll control the speed. I do. I think they look well, gates 3 and 7, so they're going to press forward along the river. You'd imagine the box seat. Documentary sits back a little bit. Damadari won't be too far back, but I think the pace predominantly will be Kiliana and Call to Glory.
All right, that's along the river there, Billy Egan. Watch for those sleeves get pushed up just before the barriers are let go. It'll be hard to beat. He's another horse that's been very consistent for the team along the river there. What do you make of Duclisson? I just had a look before, and I know there's a few deductions with the late scratchings, but it's halved his price from earlier.
Yeah, it's an interesting runner. Like there was a lot of money around. I think I did the race at the ball that Duclisson was in, and I couldn't have it as short as the market did there, and wasn't really wanted in this event. But there has been some support, and I think this looks a more suitable race. So I'm not surprised. But no, I thought. Kiliana was certainly the starting point of this race.
So that's the play. Kiliana and number 1 is how you see it. Call to Glory.
Yeah, I think. I'm hoping Call to Glory can win here. I think it looks a nice race. A young lad who's still learning his craft, it has to be said, but I think it's the right kind of horse. Hopefully he can. The barrier doesn't worry me. I think from what we've seen, you can sort of cover a little bit of ground. It's not a massive issue, and there's probably, maybe if anything, a touch better out there. There's probably more horses that have figured in the finish that have been 2 or 3 wide in the run than right down the fence.
We'll be hoping Christopher Payne goes bang here, Hutchie. Good to see Lockie Neindorf. We know he's been out for a while. He was just on that horse there, Lavandula, who's given a chance. He's had a decent old suspension, be back fresh and raring to go.
Seemed like a bit of a frustrated, like you'd like to be caller, would you? Like little Christopher Payne goes bang.
Well,
you like to
haven't you heard that before? I like those little...
Yeah, I like to say. I can tell. I'll be saying it if you get it home.
Well, maybe you can offer Matty Hill some
No,
advice.
he's the man that doesn't need any advice, okay? And he especially doesn't need it from me.
He certainly does not. Here's Matty for his call.
Great stuff, boys. Thank you very much. So getting set, another open contest here. Kiliana, second up from a long spell, $3.50. More tote support for Call to Glory now, trying to match its VOP price at 6 into 480. Call to Glory, $5.60 the tote. And then $6.40 for number 12, Duclisson, who I thought was a chance at longer odds even before scratchings. Beaten 4 by Charm Run, who ran a really good race at Sandown on Saturday. Filling the stalls well for the running of race number 7. Speedsters here over the 1,000 metres. They're just about right as Vine is going to be the last one forward. Vine to complete the line.
Last one's on its way here, guys.
Declan Bates aboard Vine, who's drawn the outside.
Last one's got...
Field set.
Yeah, mate, clear.
Ready for charge. And away they go. Documentary away only fairly. Call to Glory began very speedily to the lead from along the river, and Duclisson its outer. They were followed next by Kiliana, and then came along the inside Lavandula. Then came Moonraker wider, Dapadari in the back half, 2 lengths Manhattan Thunder, Documentary and Vine. The leader is Call to Glory, 600 metres to go, contained speed by 3/4 along the river, Duclisson 3 wide. Lavandula behind them, a length and a quarter Kiliana 5th, a length and a quarter Dapadari Moonraker, and then Manhattan Thunder, Documentary and Vine as they run the turn. 300 metres to go. Call to Glory with along the river, who's getting closer to the outside. Lavandula up on the fence. 2 lengths to Clisson only battling, and then Kiliana and Bine along the river stomped up and took the front from Call to Glory. In limited room, Lavandula and Manhattan Thunder late along the river, 50 metres to go. Bine is flying home, too late along the river, 3/4 Bine. Manhattan Thunder third, then Call to Glory. Next Abadari, Kiliana from Moonraker to Clisson, Lavandula, a gap to Documentary at the back. Last horse along the river. Billy Egan for Mick and Luke Serkey. One here on the Heath 2 starts ago. Went to Caulfield and was beaten by Bazaball, rewarded back in a grade that's suitable and so honest at this grade. Win number 9, the 7-year-old, Along the River. Ridden by Billy Egan for Team Serkey. Flashing home, Bine second. Declan Bates for Tom Davinick, a good return. And number 16, Manhattan Thunder at 50 to 1. Jet Stanley for John Sadler in third money. 2, 4 and 16 will be the numbers. 2, 4 and 16 after the running of the 7th. They've clocked 58.87. 58.87. Officially fourth was number 1, Call to Glory. 2.
So that is that. One, three, four. Seven, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13. 14 and 15. Everything is scratched. We'll take a look at the gate numbers. 2 is from gate number 2. 5 is from gate number 8. 6 is from gate number 12. 8 is from gate number 9. And 16 is from gate number 1. Sixteen, 2, 6 and 8. So it looks okay here, but it looks difficult here because all the jocks are morons. The two looks good, but that jock is like that, so that makes it very difficult. But 5 probably has a place. Why? Because the 16 is a 58. So how this thing is working is 16 1.5 chase, 58 becoming 59, jock knows about, but that's the best jock. 2 is the best horse, but the jock is a clown. 5 is a 59, no drop. This one is anyway, the 2 is the right fit. The 2 should win, but that's the jock. So we'll see how that works, because that's how things are. And the other thing is there are 5 horses, so we need to look for blinkers. Very weird. No, weird as in, does the thing is, the 8 went out of the window the moment, things started boiling here. But now the thing is, a reality checks in. The reality checks in. Why? Because that was 6.5, the 2, I mean, still the best, one of the best went through the 2. And then That is from gate number 16, 5-year-old mare. That then that was a 4.5 drop. This was a low pressure with a 2.5 drop. So anyway, I mean, looking for reasons at this point of time, I think is futile, because today the races were very different than what we generally face. And it's not just today, even on Saturday, we faced Saturday I had a problem with my sheet that I figured out. But today there's no problem. That's why I opened up everything. Whatever was hidden, I kind of opened it up, and it's like that. So the two basically, so that just went through. I mean, those are the best horses. There's nothing doing. The one did not run because of the body weight. And those things are difficult to, I mean, though we have them, but at the end of the day, you can't go through each and every numbers. But that lost, I mean, that's basically the point. I mean, I generally don't believe those numbers. But here is the thing: today we are on a weekday, and on a Wednesday at Caulfield Heath, so probably they have some best of the best horses today. I mean, that thing won. So those are very strong horses. Strong as in, like, those are horses which are, I mean, coming from 54 with 7 kilograms extra on that horse. That 3-year-old filly went through with a losing body weight, which is very strange that happened. I don't know how that happened. And do I want to believe that? I don't know. I mean, these are the things which I don't know, but that happened in front of us, right? That all that happened in front of us. Then whatever happened. So, I mean, this is where it stands. The 2 is the one to win, but it'll not win. Why? Because the jock is a moron, and we need to look for, and that thing looks like that. So anything can go wrong, out of which the 5 is a 59, which is staying. This is a drop. This one anyway is a 62, coming from 62, still at 61.5 with the drop. So that's the highest. Then the 5 without any drop, which is here. And then probably it is there, then 58. This is 2.5. Should not, I mean, ideally that, you know how that is. So whether it'll work, I don't know. But people think that it'll work. 16, the only advantage on 16 is the jock. And then it is Mr. 5. I'm gonna be back from the washroom in a jiffy.
Brand Jams at $7. You're at the Top Caliber at $6. And then Body of Venus in the field of five, the only one that is under double figure odds of the remaining two. What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call 1-800 or visit the website.
Dismounting.
The first of five that we have a look at the mounting out Hutch is number 2, Top Caliber from the Lloyd Kennywell stable. This Caliber looked like he was going to be pretty promising early doors, notching up a few wins, but things just haven't gone to plan since then.
No, they haven't, and he probably had a bit of an excuse behind Kadeem at Seymour. That form's worked out all right with Kadeem going to Flemington and running very well. So yeah, he's an interesting one because he's capable, but I think he just needs to lift a bit on what we've seen so far from probably his last 3 or 4.
Still parading a little bit fresh too. I think that he almost had a year off between last preparation and the start of this preparation. I'm not sure if there was any issue or anything like that, but he's quite anxious here in the yard. It's a horse that I haven't seen much at all, but not sure if this is normal or not.
Good to have you back, Amy. Good to have you back.
I'm back.
It's just much right. Where you are. Number 5 is Quebec. Good to see Nathan Dunn on the tools there. Jet Stanley rides. Look, good win 2 starts ago, and then do we just put it down to the heavy 8?
I think so. A bit of an excuse there. So deserves the benefit of the doubt anyway. At this track, even albeit a wet track today, Michael's playing pretty well. So no, I would have thought you definitely can see this horse figuring.
He's got a really good coat for this time of year. I think that he's been turned out quite nicely. He's on his toes just a touch, but nothing that he's doing is going to impact his performance at this point in time. He's a very fit horse, having the benefit of being 4th run in today.
Number 6 is Brand Jam. Glenn Thompson trains this 4-year-old gelding. Last time we saw was at the start of April, ran a good second, and since then has been to the jump outs and won.
Very good form around the horse, very consistent, going well. Just needs a touch of luck early, but forget it. Genuine each way hope.
Always easy to like this horse from a yard point of view. He's a very attractive fella. He's got a good attitude today too. He can parade a little bit fresh at times, but he's being really sensible here. Physically, I don't think that he could be in much better shape than this. You can just see he's lovely and toned all over his body. It's a very good parade.
Number 8 is Body of Venus, trained by Andrew Noblet. Another one that doesn't have a bad record for only 12 starts. 2 starts ago, good runner Ararat. Not far behind them at Mornington.
No, exactly, and more than capable of this horse, I think, but needs to bring that better sort of form. And like you said, back-to-back wins early in the campaign. And wasn't a bad effort at Mornington, so a horse that I think can easily figure.
Gee, she's a hot mare on race day. She's been quite on her toes, quite pushy the whole time that she's been in the yard. Might not be able to tell on the TV screens, but she's broken out in a really significant sweat too. I don't assess this horse, so I don't know if this is normal for her, but what she's doing at the moment is sort of getting to the point where she's overdoing it.
Okay, take note, punters. That's good insight. Now, there is Jamie Mellon, who has come out for just the one ride, Hutch, and it is the favourite with Brendan McCarthy there. And look, it's all the money, all the rage. Look at the price now. It's $1.30.
Wow, yeah. While it looked a nice chance, obviously there were some important scratchings, but yeah, I was with it prior to that, but I wouldn't take it $1.32. But it should win. It was a very nice jump oval trial recently. It's had the 2 starts, both of them were winner Ballarat beating Cooley, actually, which was interesting enough. And then Shy Star was second too. That was a great run. So looks a nice horse going forward. Looks very hard to beat.
I was looking forward to seeing him today. He's a good, strong type. I like the fact that he's a 4-year-old now. He's been given plenty of time to mature, and he's just a fully furnished product. He's very strong. He's got a great attitude too. He was a little bit funny to come into the yard before going through the tunnel, but he's relaxed beautifully now. I think that he's parading really nicely. Even though he's a short quote, I can't see anything wrong with what I'm looking at.
Well, he's very short, Hutch, but it's hard to tip against.
Yeah, it is. I've got him on top range. A couple of my numbers have come out, but I don't think there's any need to add them. If you probably wanted a bit of value, maybe an exacta with Royal Flair and Brand Jam might be one option.
I'm going to go Royal Flair here. Really happy with what I saw. I like the fact that he's been given plenty of time to mature. He's a good, big, strong type. His attitude's been really good the whole time that he's been in the yard. So happy to go with him. I think Brand Jam presents in really good order too. He's got a beautiful coat on him, very, very fit, small field. The only one that was a bit of a question mark for me was Body of Venus. Not sure if she's usually this hot, but she's been really silly the whole time that she's been in the yard, and is at a point now where I'd say that it could be performance affecting, especially if it's not normal for her.
All right, as you can see here, punters, it has been one-way traffic. If you want a little twist of the odds, you can hit on that beast mode to get $1.43. Might be the first leg of a little multi into the NRL. Game 1 tonight, Hutch, for...
That it is.
Maybe you can roll it into a first try scorer or unders and overs. You're with the Maroons tonight?
Oh yeah, I'll be shouting them home. You asked about... first try scorer, who'd we go? Who should we go, do you think?
To be honest, I've got no idea. I'd need to phone a friend. Moods, if you're watching, still flick us a text. What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 or visit the website. So, what do we do to try and get $1 out of this? Drawn barrier 1, but there's only 5 horses. Where do you think? What does Jamie do on Royal Flair?
Oh, look, there's only a field of 5.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen Royal Flair when it's competed, it hasn't been too far off them. But generally, we're parked in 3rd, 5th position or 5th or 6th position at the second start. So I think Jamie will just be looking to probably stay out of trouble, get in a good rhythm. This horse is $1.30, so you've the market's telling you you're on a horse that's got a bit on them. So I don't think you need to be too cute.
I wonder whether there was a few trainers that might have pressed the button a bit quick with the scratchings with the downgrade, because the track hasn't played that badly today, has it?
This track's played fine, I thought.
Yeah.
We've had a very good spread in terms of where horses have come from to win or run a place. I thought at one point maybe down the inside section may not have been great, but maybe I was just seeing things that weren't really there. I mean, there's been nothing wrong with being in the 2 or 3 wide running line anyway.
Andrew Nolbert's got body on Venus in the last, and he's...
Well, Andrew, I bet when acceptances came out, it was quite a big field. You didn't anticipate that there'd be 11 scratchings come race day?
No, like I was saying, a very small field, obviously, so didn't expect the track to deteriorate either, so I wasn't running Ballarat left, so it's a small, tricky field.
It certainly is. Your mare, she has won on heavy ground before, so the soft track's probably no real concern to you?
Not really, although I reckon a better race has been run on top of the ground, but on the wet tracks that was up north. So first time on a wet track since she's been back with me, so hopefully she can run well on it.
Now, talk to me about her attitude, because she was quite hot in the yard. Is that pretty typical of what you're used to seeing from her on race day?
She was first up, and I don't know whether she's had a bit of a break between runs and whether she got a bit fresh, but she got a bit hot coming here, traffic, and she's grown her winter coat, as you would have seen. So anyway, she's always up and about to a certain extent.
These races, now that it has dropped right away and it's only a small field, sometimes tactics, they can become so complicated, and sometimes it's just too hard to even bother giving them. What did you say to Harry pre-race?
Looks like there's a horse either side of us. It looks like they're going to go forward, so hopefully we're just parking behind them, but just ride her where she lands and keep her happy.
How's the rest of the team going, Nobby? Have you got any young stars coming through that you can unleash at some point in time over the winter months?
Yeah, a couple of nice racehorses coming through.
Gate, you're not the only one.
Easy done, returned to a bit of form last start at Bendigo. He's on Sunday.
This is the best jock. Rest everything is handicapped like that.
Chance to get away and enjoy a bit of sunshine and.
But ideally, 2 should win.
Late September, so we'll go away then. But we'll plug through the winter and hope and get a few winners.
That'd be great. Good luck here.
Thank you.
Always got a good horse in the stable. So
However, there is nothing ideal about
he
it.
was saying, now, Hutch, you've been doing a fair bit of studying. You've come up.
I spent at least 5 minutes going through this. Yeah. Selwyn Cobber, first try scorer.
I'm out. I'm
And
is he with the Blues or the?
No, he's with Queensland.
burnt a lot
Apparently,
today.
in the last 3 Origin matches, the starting Queensland right wing has scored a try. That's just in a general game. He'll be on the right wing, and you know what? It might be.
Now it is getting tailed.
What price, roughly?
Oh, I think it was about. I think it's 7 or 8. I think.
Okay. Well, with our good friends at Points Bet, he could be the first or second.
There you go. Exactly.
You'll
So
get paid out. So
let's go for it. But
All right.
this is. I'm looking forward to seeing this horse getting back to this racing, the Royal Flair, because he's really got a bit of presence about him. That win it on debut at Ballarat, started favourite. It was a heavy track that day, and he couldn't really have been much more impressive. I remember Ethan Brown's comments about him as well. They were very positive. He got through the ground fine, but I think he felt he'd be better on a better surface. But he's going about it the right way, this horse, and I thought his jump outs were fantastic.
well, he's taking his
That
time
2
to
has
get
the
her
blinkers.
levels
If it
out
gets
as
the
well.
lead,
So,
it'll win.
our crowd
But for that, this is
get through the weather roll as well, the dam. So by Zoostar and Brendan McCarthy's
the
been a
thing
good
with
trainer over the years.
5-horse racing is they don't even realize that they're racing.
He's be nice and patient with this 4-year-old.
Anyone falling behind, it's going to be very difficult for them to bring it back to the track.
Well, I know.
The key is blinker and lead from the gates.
You know, she's been happy to head there. Obviously,
If that happens, then 2 wins.
72 days between runs for the source, but you know when you watch
Then
that,
it'll be
replay,
very
Shyster,
difficult
who won
for
the
anybody
race,
else
10
to.
warriors has come out of that, been really good. Buzzard up. Some of the horses have won multiple races. Wasn't a bad field. That sports bet emerging stars handicap over 1400, and it was a class 3. So Royal Flair is a pretty smart type. And in terms of fitness, Amy, Royal Flair looked forward enough to your eye.
Look good in the yard. I'll tell you what though, Hutch, I'm glad you brought me in because I've just been sent some footage from the studio here on WhatsApp with very hot neck, and it wouldn't be a Mr. Michael Felgate that was going to exclude you from doing the yard again. I think we might need to go to the steward's finish because we do know the rules that if you do it 3 times that I get to go home, but it seems timely that you've waited till the last race. And I've even filled with a long interview for you in the studio where we had a big break. What's the go, guys?
He definitely did it, Amy. He definitely did it.
Look, there might have been a flinch on the starting. Don't let the pictures tell the story, okay? Leave Matty for the last.
Terrific, boys. Pleasure to be with you today, and safe travels over the next few days as they get set well over the 1200, the last Royal Flair. $1.30, the final favourite. Brand Jam going in. Royal Flair $1.30, $450 it should pay in the quaddy. Field set. Ready, and away they go. And Royal Flair towards the inside jumped well. Quebec was the best out. Top Caliber's driving through with Royal Flair. Brand Jam out wide also wants a piece of the action as they head towards the Heath track proper. So it's out wide, Quebec leading Top Caliber, and up on the inside Royal Flair, a length and a quarter Brand Jam and Body of Venus. So at the 800 metres, it is Quebec off the rails, Top Caliber the outside of Royal Flair, a length and a quarter Brand Jam and Body of Venus, last of the 5 as they reach the 700 marker. So steadily working across the inside. The leader is Quebec from Top Caliber, but the door is ajar for Royal Flair, the inside. That to position is still vacant up on the inside, a length and a quarter off the leader, and then Brand Jam and Body of Venus as they run the corner. 350 to go. It's Quebec and Top Caliber. Now Royal Flair is going to persist with that run up on the inside, and then Brand Jam and Body of Venus. So Quebec with Top Caliber now joined by Royal Flair, who accelerated, and at the 150 darts through. Brand Jam going with the odds-on favourite Royal Flair. About 3/4 Brand Jam. Royal Flair is going to be just a little bit too good for Brand Jam. Royal Flair a half Brand Jam, 2 lengths Body of Venus,
Done.
5 lengths Quebec, and last Top Caliber. Final favourite, $1.35 VOP, 130 the total.
That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here, and that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday, so if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit-chat, and try to solve the puzzles. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream from anywhere in the world. Thank you so much for doing that. It means a lot. And Gate, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dowles, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jimmy, I know you've left, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend.